Okay. There you go, Fearless. There you go. First! How are you doing, friend? How you doing, friend? Come on in, come on in! Grab a coffee, grab a seat. No, literally, I'm gonna need you to steal some form of chair. I'm sorry, just, Oh, shit. Sorry, I'm just rechecking the hot sheets because I hadn't looked at them since this morning. Yo. Sorry. It looks like Harebrained Schemes and Paradox will be parting ways. Oh, fuck yeah. Sorry, I was saying, fuck yeah, to Breadamageddon. And Boo, Watto and welcome. And that's wonderful to hear. That is wonderful to hear. Sorry, I'm still ing around. There is like a gajillion things I got to get sorted today. How are you all doing? Tell me your tales. Yeah, sorry, forgive me for multi-track drifty. Everything happens so much. But I hope you're all doing good. Game news is... Okay. So Fearless, that tracks. Like, I'm sorry, the reason why I was like, what? Is I'm just reading the gi.biz snippets of the statement. Harebrained Schemes haven't made a statement. But apparently apparently Harebrained Schemes was bought by Paradox 5 years ago. For 7.5 mil, which seems very light when you think about it now. And it seems Paradox is keeping some of the back catalogue, like the Lamplighters League, but went on to say, we and Harebrained Schemes leadership have been discussing what would happen after the release of the Lamplighters League, but a new project or sequel in the same genre was not in line with our portfolio plans. And Paradox are no mercy. Sorry, Legend, Volchi, and Jamami, Watto and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. Oh, how are you all doing, friends? Okay. Sorry, Phyllis was just adding that Harebrained Schemes was still a teeny tiny dev not long ago. And Eriman, Watto and welcome. God, I am a multi-track drifty potato. Sorry, it's kind of like mental whiplash. Like I've been trying to do about like 8 things all morning and succeeding and failing in varying degrees. And as soon as I kind of hit like go live with you lot, it's everything else just kind of has to stop because now it's time to hang out with you all. You know, time to do my ruddy job. but it creates this kind of like screeching to a halt thing. It's very odd. It's very odd. Puns, Watto, and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in.
The things I experienced.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
There's the 60 streak. And look, Camille, for everything that you have put in, like, and putting up with me being a...
Ever hear of the first project of the Canadian Space Agency? The Apollo-G.
Okay, Ehrman, obviously, thank you for the beats. And fucking brilliant. Yes, we are going to be playing Kona today. I'm actually not entirely sure on the pronunciation. And it is a detective mystery title. Now, the reason we're doing this now is that I wanted to do something that would kind of, I don't know, break the mold on a lot of things we've been playing recently, but also the sequel to this game is going to be dropping at some point this year, and it looks like it's going to be an absolute banger. So I figured let's get ahead of the curve on this one. And this might be a one and done day, or this might be a twofer. But I'm not quite sure where it fits in the whole detective game, walking sim, RT. Yeah, it seems to have some really, really, really interesting vibes to it. It's got a little bit of Fargo, a little bit of... I don't know. I think it's going to be a good one. So, please forgive me for being an absolute, like, inflatable, wavy-armed, scatterbrained numpty. Rilu, Watto, and welcome! So, Camille, thank you for the 60 months. I was thinking about your good self this morning because I got an email saying that the Longshipian pins have shipped. I will have a bag of, I'm going to say 100, but it's 99 pins, which I will be getting to good selves, to good people's by hand, except for the 69th pin that will be available for auction. Hopefully help fund our move or something. But sorry, when you all came on in, I was just chatting with Fearless about apparently Harebrained Schemes and Paradox are splitting up. So if you want to know how poorly the Lamplighters League sold, comparable to their predictions. The rest of the news cycle today has been kind of chill. Numbers, Watto, and welcome.
I'm pretty sure I could find at least one astronomy-based pun that's out of this world, but that last one from Miremnon was stellar.
Back in game respects game. Hey, once Dustin gets in here and we have the trifecta of punnery, we need to talk about Sea of Thieves guilds, because we're currently working on... New Sea of Thieves season starts this week, and with that comes a new feature called Guilds. Similar to clans and whatnot in previous titles, but the hook is that you can be in 3 guilds, but your ship can only be in 1. But those guilds can only be about 25 people strong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an on-stream guild and an off-stream guild. But what do we call the off-stream? And Lizzie, Watto, and welcome. So we're definitely going to need some good, strong punnery. Well, so Chaunerus, I think the burnout on video game purchasing is well documented right now. And I agree with Fearless that like Lamplighters League wasn't given a good marketing push. You know, it was, I wouldn't say that it was sent out to die so much as it was just kind of there. Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How are you holding up? Sailor's not, tax support. Okay, so leaping between conversation topics like there's absolutely no sense or mercy. A few of the off-stream guild names suggested have been, what was it? Unveiled Tax Haven, which I do like. Puns put in the Unsupervised. Coastaways and Fleet of Hands. Obviously, the Nauticult has popped up more than once, and not a secret Discord. Kaolu, also same. I think that a lifetime of PlayStation and GameCube games just rewired my brain to make this my happy place. Megaboss, watch out and welcome. Hey, Jamami. I'll see you in a little bit. And Megaboss is building a whole darn Gundam. Heck yeah. The Met Gala is next month. It's time to start. I'm actually going to start my build this weekend, so. Okay. Wow, I was like, yes, and this is where our conversation was going. And I don't know if you all heard the stalling of the engine motor there of my fucking brain. Sorry. Right! So, new Sea of Thieves season. Met Gala is next month. And I think we'll do mail next Thursday. Those were kind of like the big three. I don't expect anything from your good selves, but I do like the idea of having it that we have like a dedicated day once a month where we open the mail stuff, which will include the Worms Armageddon collectors that my drunk ass bought like 2 years ago. Like, I bought it in the last apartment, and it showed up last week. So, hell, maybe we'll have the Longshipian pins to open at the same time. That'd be fucking cool. Oh, Angel Cleaner, like some good Indian food sounds great. Okay, Pun Spectre, Marooned 5 is fucking good. Fearless, I like limited fire sale, but I think what hold... Look at it like this. When someone spies you through the telescope, you want them to either go, ha! Or go, ugh. You know? Currently, the frontrunners for the on-stream squad is Not Your Real Dads, and Naughty by Nature. If any other bangers pop up, I will present them to the pirate crew. But like I said, I do like the fact that you can be in two groups at the same time. It's only the ships that you pledge that can only be in one. And I love the idea of being able to look over the full fleet of ships and just have them all be like, ugh, you know? It'll also make it way easier for people to join crews and whatnot, so... Sorry, I'm really excited for it. Core pirate espionage is good.
The Holmdel horn antenna is a large microwave horn antenna that was used as a satellite communication antenna and radio telescope during the 1960s at Bell Telephone Laboratories in Holmdel Township, New Jersey, United States. And had you have your V8 today?
Like the engine? Jackie, thank you for... Bloody hell, 31 months. Heckin' yo. No, just thank you. I'm sorry that I'm lacking brain power and kind of Still slowly getting up to speed. Wait. Tomato juice. Like the mixer. Do people have that without vodka? What? Now, puns and fearless, I do like Art Galley or Art Galleon. I think that one's got some weight to it, you know. Anyway. Some happy Windows 95 noises. So, there is a lot going on all at once. There is a lot going on with myself, but despite the fact that I sneezed and the last 2 days just blinked past, I have been... Okay, I'm a fucking disaster, but I have done things over the last couple of days that are good and have made me happy. So I'm going to focus on those. I got to see Dan Emmons on Saturday night, which was lovely. Dan's doing bloody marvellous. And I don't know why I didn't expect to see everybody, but, you know, I got to see a bunch of the old crew, like DJ was there and Soraya and, like, Echo, and it was real fucking cool. I will admit, I did feel a little guilty because, like, shout out to Deus, who is a fucking legend, who biked over here and gave me, like, $40 so we'd have, like, money to exist, which was very lovely. But then I showed up and the place was no cash, it was card only, and I'm just like, Dan, I'm sorry to show up for your birthday, but can I have a pint? But it was lovely to see him, and it was at this, like, tiny micro mini-golf bar in, like, downtown Seattle, which I'd driven past a million times, but it was my first time actually going there, which was real cool. So, that was lovely. Sunday, I got to see Aperios for a hot second, and we played the Dungeons & Dragons arcade game. Which it turns out that even though Fred and I had talked about it a lot, I hadn't had the chance to play it. Okay, if you haven't seen it, I've got to make sure I'm getting the name right, because it is available on Steam, and honestly, if you enjoy, like, side-scrolling games but kind of wish they had a bit more life to them, where is it? I think it's Chronicles of Mystaria. I'm just making sure I got the right one. Yeah! Okay, so this is the game. Yeah, no, Lizzie, they made an arcade Baldur's Gate 3. It's absolutely brilliant. Like... I don't know how good this particular port is. Hang on, I'm just making sure this is the correct one before I start raving about it. But the TLDR it's a classic kind of Streets of Rage brawler, but with a full-on, like, item inventory, magic system, like, skill system, and with a level of, like, branching stories and puzzle solving that you just don't find. Like, Guardian Heroes is one of my favorite games of all time, and even that's kind of like light on the ground comparable to that. It's fucking cool. So that was my that was the entirety of my weekend. I know, I'm so excited. No, it was nice to be able to, like, actually It was nice to be able to, like, just actually spend some time with it outside of, like, a fucking Dave and Buster's or something like that. So, it was much needed, friends. It was much needed. And Angel Kalina, whilst it is always a surprise when you go to the spicy side, it'll definitely help with your cold. Just open those nostrils up with a bit of fire. Yeah, Fearless, I can't believe I missed pictures of that home arcade setup. Because, like... sorry, don't get me started on Guardian Heroes. I fucking love it. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up, but it has a Street Fighter-style control scheme, where you hop between different paths, different planes, rather than, like, move up and down. But it has a full-on story, it has, you know... customizable characters, skill systems, like unlockable secrets, and everyone that you defeat, you can then play as in multiplayer, including the bosses. So yeah, you can have these incredible, like, jumped up fight hamster versus, you know, 7 different gods. Oh. Oh, shite. Sorry. So, a little bit of good news. All of my account stuff all got sorted. So, we were able to go and buy groceries yesterday. It was great. We were... what I like to call, we got to be... Ciao. We got to actually go to the store and not have to worry. It was the best. So, I do want to obviously move away from PayPal being the singular point of failure in our operations, and I will be working on that as we move forward. It's just I need more fucking hours in the day, you know. But yes, that has been restored. That has been sorted. Okay. Why the fuck is my brain? The greatest named video game of all time came out today, Wizard with a Gun. We will be streaming it at some point. I didn't know how many of you were going to want to tackle that one yourself, because it's got a real, like, don't starve, craft and survive vibe to it, and I feel like that would resonate with a lot of you. Papal Jail is another good guild name, I will agree, Fearless. Jackie's still waiting for Tactical Breach Wizards. Yo, I actually saw, is it Tom Champion? No, what's his name? Well, the bloke who's making Tactical Breach Wizards, I saw him at PAX. He's doing real good. I think he's based out of Vancouver now? Yeah, PVS, absolutely. And there's a few things that PayPal has done recently that's made me, like, raise an eyebrow and start to worry a little bit. But that's another story. Okay, Wizard with a Pun is basically like half the Longship. Oh yeah, and Wolfcrad, yeah, I got good news. The pins are on the way. I'm out of PayPal jail. Jackie says, what's the other half? Glorious. That's what. Oh. Like a lot of people, I'm doing my my second big old playthrough of Cyberpunk and mopping up a lot of the things that I didn't get to do the first time around. Which, I'm frankly, I'm trying to work out how much of it is new stuff they've added and how much of it was just things I missed. There's a whole ass GLaDOS cameo that I completely missed the first time I played it. Oh, you know what, Phyllis? That would be glorious. Like, puns as a form of, like, incantation for, like, a... Yeah, no, there's a tabletop system in there. And yeah, genres, well, the problem was, like, I first started playing Cyberpunk at launch, and the reason was I needed to understand it, right? Some games you can just look at and you just get it, right? Cyberpunk was weird, you know. It came from the B-Team Cyberpunk tabletop system, you know. It's worth saying that the original tabletop system was, I mean, it wasn't a failure, but Shadowrun absolutely, you know, dunked it in a toilet and stole its lunch money. And the fact that it was getting this huge AAA development from a team that had been doing something a lot simpler that they expanded upon. I don't know. So I played it, and there were parts of the game where I just went, you know what, no, I'm not going to spend the next 5 hours doing a collect the car quest line. So I skipped over Delamain stuff. Now I'm kind of actively taking like some time and some joy in it all, and it's interesting. It's interesting. Okay, and Kalu and Puns. Kalu was saying there's no reason you can have a puns-based bard in 5th edition, and Puns has actually run one. And I'm like, you know what? I shouldn't be surprised, but I am impressed. Also, I mean, sorry, Phyllis was just saying that while the Cyberpunk tabletop system predates Shadowrun, Shadowrun just caught on more. Yeah, I mean, FASA had money, they had the ability to market their stuff. Again, at some point, I will make you all watch the Cyberpunk the Shadowrun live action commercial. It is amazing. Also, Shadowrun had a little bit of an edge that made it slightly more than just, what if we just made Neuromancer as a game? Because the additional element of, like, fantasy and magic to it created this nice juxtaposition. Like, it wasn't just, you know, pro-corpo, anti-corpo. You know, you could be like a feckin' wizard shaman. You're an orc now. In Seattle. Yeah. The idea of, like, elves and dragons as the super rich elite, I thought was a very, very ahead of its time play. As an aside, it is not a good movie by any stretch of the imagination, but the film Bright, which I believe is on Netflix, absolutely fascinating. We deserve a good Shadowrun movie. We won't get one, but we deserve one. Yeah. I mean, Lizzie, hard agree. It was so fascinating to have such a bad movie in such a great world. Like a great, not just a great world, but a brilliantly imagined world. There you go, Jackie. That's your quest. The good Shadowrun movie. I'm not going to bloody make it. So video game news. Video game news is calm-ish. Harebrained Schemes and Paradox are splitting up. Don't worry, they still love you. Alan Wake has a recap inside of Fortnite. Oh yeah, and Wizard with a Gun is out. We're still mad at Epic because Epic has, despite their unionization, Epic has let like half of Bandcamp's staff go before they sold it off, which is just some hot BS. And that's kind of the long and short of it right now. Oh yes, well, so Lizzie was saying that the Iron Lung trailer is out. I think it's safer to say that it's like a little teaser, but it's very bloody. I am genuinely fascinated to see Markiplier tackle this adaptation. And Legend, we'd have to go back and look over the court documents, but sorry, Jackie was asking when did Legend was asking when did Fortnite become the successful kind of metaverse. I'm trying to remember which brand crossover it was. It could have been the Marshmallow DJ thing, or it could have been a different one, but basically they did one brand crossover that made so much money as just be frighteningly successful. And so every other brand and their brother's been trying to get on that.
Example bad pun, what do you call a pickle deleted? A brand flayer. Example bad vicious mockery, intellect devourers don't attack you, do they?
Puns, fucking brilliant, thank you. Well, and so Jackie, at the moment, there's kind of it's more reminiscent of Roblox than of Second Life, but there is a game building toolkit now inside of Fortnite. Though how long that will continue, we're not sure, because as Ballbag Sweeney has been very open, people are making great stuff inside of Fortnite Creative, and it's not making them nearly as much money, which is why they had to fire a bunch of people, because fuck you, I guess. Fucking Sweeney. Fucking Sweeney. Fucking Kotick. Fucking Ballbags, I tell thee. Sorry, bringing it back. But that's the long and short of what's going on at the moment. I've been talking with a lot of indie dev friends, and they are worried. Like, there's, and I'm not saying this to try and be like, oh, you better be ready, or grumbles. A lot of the smaller to mid-sized studios, like both indie and owned, are probably, sadly, about to get hit with some serious bad times. Okay. I think we're going to see a lot more studio closures and a lot more layoffs before the end of the year. And not all of it is going to be that, you know, we have a huge company and we should know better. Some of it's just going to be like, our game didn't sell, or, you know, we don't have that gigantic war chest and now everything's insanely expensive. It's going to be a hard year. It's going to be a hard year for video games. Okay, which leads me on to the thing that I wanted to chat to you all about. I am going out of my little noggin. Now, there's a lot of things that I have in my brain right now, and I think that as a coping mechanism, I've decided to focus on this. So, on the Book of Face, because I'm unfortunately linked into all social media for the rest of time. On the Book of Face, I saw an advert for pro indie dev. And this advert was for basically like a free introductory course that then leads to like a paid education course in how to be an indie dev. Making the preposterous claim that it's possible for you to make $5,000 a month as an indie dev. Sure it is, buddy. Sure it is. So, if you're not aware of it, not all video game courses are good. And unfortunately, a lot of them are, I don't want to say scams, but their goal is to get you to pay for the course. What you get out of that and what you have at the end doesn't really concern them. They've made their money. That's their goal. And so when I see a lot of these courses or these like adverts on social media, it's usually safe to say there's a scam. For example, like there was one of those like get paid to play video games setups doing the rounds. That's basically just a like data farming exercise. Oh yeah, Wolfgang, yeah. Paid courses offering high salaries are always suspicious. Yes. And in the testimonials, this pro indie dev thing talks about how like one of their team went on to sell like 2 million copies of their indie game. Alright, this is the website that it's based off of. This isn't the Facebook advert. But you can understand why those claims would have me going side-eye. However, I'm looking over this and like the list of like named professionals includes a bunch of our like, you know, friends. Like and I tried doing some research on Reddit to see if people who'd taken the paid course and how it affected them and things like that. And I can't seem to get like a straight answer or like a this is what happened, this is what we got. I was raving about it on TikTok, but this is my current weird little like hyper focus. Now, I will say that it seems like pro indie dev has been around for a while. And so it's entirely possible that this is a whole pitch that came, you know, before the plague, right? Because here's the thing. The chances that you would be able to release a game that generates $5,000 a month revenue as yourself right now are very slim. Not impossible, but very slim. Like, you not only would have to succeed in so many levels, you'd also have to get very lucky. And I'm just like... it could just be that. It could just be the old way of thinking about indie game sales. And that this course has been around for a while, and this guy just kind of repeats his business knowledge. Oh. I'm sorry, Phyllis was suggesting as a guild name, Indie Devastation. Kind of tempted with Indie Apocalypse. There's always an Indie Apocalypse. Why is my nose so itchy? Get some more coffee in a second. And Clan Quato and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, so I know this isn't the most drastically interesting thing, and in the grand scheme of things, this doesn't matter. Like, from what little I could see of this course, that it was... the useful things were, by paying for the course, you got to join, like, a Discord full of game devs and ask them questions. Fair. Like, it's easy to forget that a lot of people don't have access like we do, like this. And the other thing was, it got a lot of people to start thinking about making an indie game as a business exercise, you know. If you want to make a game, you should do it. You should make it because you want to make it. If you want to make a game and make it your business, there are things that you need to think about that you wouldn't if you were just doing it for shits and giggles. All right. But again, like, we talk about that kind of stuff as a group. So, you know, no hate, but if it turns out this pro indie dev thing is worthwhile, and we're just basically undercutting them by talking as friends, then I'm okay with that, you know? But you know how sometimes you just encounter something and it sets off something in your brain that makes you go, this isn't right. There's something else here. So that's why I've been looking into it. It's just, like I said, I'm gonna be talking to my friends about this because, like, Ryan Clark, Starlight Skies, Zalavir, like Jake, it's a whole bunch of people that I know who are listed as the who contributed their knowledge to pro indie dev. It does make me laugh though that Edmund Macmillan is like the first named person in the list, who has just been doing The Binding of Isaac for 1,000 years. What's up, Amos? You wanna come hang out? You wanna come flump? You wanna come be flumpy boy? Hey, can you give me an up? Oh, big stretch. No, that's coffee, mate. You can't have that. Think you can make it up here? Make it up here? Bless you. There's a lot of cables here. We're going to risk it for a biscuit. I'll unplug the pad just in case. Alright. Think you can make it up? Hello! Here's the baby boy! Hello. Look. Good boy, good boy. Legend says hi. Yes, I know. What's up? You have feelings on pro indie dev? Is Will just losing his marbles over something that doesn't matter? Bless you. Beer. Anyway, sorry, I know I'm focusing on something that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. If any of you were going to consider doing like a video game course, please come talk to me. Some of them are useful, some of them have a reputation that I don't think gets discussed. Ultimately, education is what you get out of it. And I often think about a quote from People Watching, where you could spend $10,000 to go do a bakery course and never bake a pie if you made an incredible friend out of that. If you had an experience that helps you and shapes you as a person, then it was absolutely worth it. And I also understand that not everybody has the focus and the drive to just sit and make a game. Like, video games are a very strange process. They don't start like other creative processes. And it can be incredibly difficult to just do, you know? And so for a lot of people, video game courses are very good to get them focused on that. You know, the pressure, the camaraderie can be very helpful. But, yeah, Chaunerous. Some of them are run by notable industry bad words. And Whisper networks aren't great when it comes to, like, games industry education, stuff like that. So, just if you or anybody you know is considering one of those game courses, like, tell them to come talk to us. I know, Amos, I know. But you don't have opposable thumbs, so unfortunately you can't go learn game design. Right. Do you know what's wild is, like, these days, you have... I know! Whingy boy! You have access to so much knowledge that just wasn't available. At this point, it's not so much about can you find out how to make games. It's like, can you sift through all the noise to find the concise stuff? Amos, you're fine! Whingy boy! Let's see what he wants in a second. Yeah, Jeffrey, I am sorry. That is the one requirement of creating video games. It does need opposable thumbs. Actually, I'm joking, but... There we go, PVS. Have you or a loved one been screwed over by a disreputable indie dev class? You may be entitled to compensation. I mean, I guess the only thing on the end of that is, for as long as my information and knowledge is useful, I will keep sharing it. And because of the way that you lot look after my dumb ass, like, I'm not charging people $500 for a fucking course, you know? Hell, for me, like, half the fun of these, like, chats is sometimes people will bring me a puzzle, a problem, like, how do we do X when, you know, selling our game? What should we do in this situation? And I get to, like, think that through. It's brilliant.
$500 bits for a Viking blonde course? I'm in.
But Quasi, the lesson's already started. Quasi, thank you for the 500. You fucking legend. Oh no, and sorry, jumping back like Ehrman. Yeah, it's not how do you make a game, it's how do you finish a game. That's the question these days. You know. These days it's about getting it done.
It was a total scam. I signed up to become an indie dev and instead they made me CEO of Activities. You would not wish that on your worst enemies.
Wolfgrad, it would make me so happy to find out that Bobby Kotick has actually been a fucking, like, just an idiot failing upwards this entire time. Like, proper, you know, banana on head. An absolute unfettered idiot. Sorry, and Wolfgrad, thank you for the bits as well. No, video game education is so fascinating because, like, as an industry, it moves so quickly. Like, ooh, fuck yeah. Rilu's got cookies for everybody. Your choice of white chocolate and raspberry or dark chocolate and Brazil nut. Ooh. Usually I'd be on the dark chocolate scale, but white chocolate and raspberry sounds real fucking good right now. So I'll grab one of them. Oh, it's because Fiona was talking about the dark chocolate and raspberry Tim Tams. Yeah, well, so Jeffrey, that's where I feel like my skill set can help people. It's like, right, marketing and selling your game sucks. But much like doing your taxes, if you do a little bit all the time, it is a lot less stressful and it's much less likely to cause you to lose your house. So one thing that I've been talking about with peeps over the weekend is the idea of, like, sustainable marketing, authenticity are the two you need to focus on in indie, right?
That point in a martial arts anime where the protagonist meets the old master who'll teach them techniques, but they subvert expectations by being a disaster cousin.
Yo, if that's me in video games, I'm happy with it. You know? Like I said, I basically want to be fucking Radagast of GDC, a moss-covered shaman at the end of the garden. And Phyllis, and all of you, thank you for the bits. Amos baby boy, you are okay. But yeah, no, so that's one of the things that I've been chatting about a lot is, because loads of people have taken to TikTok over the last few years to try and do marketing stuff, and it's difficult, right? Like, TikTok has no rhyme or reason, it just is. So, it's one of the spaces that rewards authenticity above all else. And that's a really wanky marketing way to say, like, make shit that you enjoy, find a way to show off your game, just little bits of it that don't end up breaking your back and just chatting about it. Sorry, PVS was just saying their dad is a fan of the old joke, sincerity is the key to success. Once you learn to fake that, you've got it made. Psh. And yeah, Greybeard, maybe we will need an Amos, you're okay buddy emoji. Oh, I've got sandwiches for later. Just remembered that. But no, it's a lot to ask of a person, right? You're not only asking somebody to make a game, which is fucking hard. You're not only asking to finish the game and release it, but also tell everybody about it all the time. Like, that's fucking hard. And like, the only way you can do that is by talking about your game all the time. And imagine the first wave of people that see anything you're going to say about your game is people you literally know. Your friends, your family. They are your first wave of people. And you're not going to market to them. Hello, Auntie Edna. I'd like to tell you about my new exciting Battle Royale. And Edna doesn't give a shit. Hello, I know. Edna doesn't care about you too. Edna's actually a bit of a bitch, let's be honest. Sorry. Yeah, Legend Sandwich sounds good. Plus, it's leftovers from Fiona's work, so they're already ciabatta. Just got to crisp them up a little bit. I'm getting real good at doctoring sarnies, let me tell you. But no, so finding a way to talk about your game, your project, your stuff in a way that people who know nothing about it can enjoy. Finding little moments that you can share. Like, that's feckin' key. Jackie, you make a game, like, you've already got my axe. Unless you want me to do a lot of work, in which case it will be significantly more than $5. Yeah, Angel Kalina, that good spice. Sort you right out. T-minus 38 minutes to new Genshin character. God. Is that like 38 until it's announced or until it's in-game? Because I wonder how their servers will hold. Okay. Until it's in the pool. In the pool for pools. So Cal was saying, I've been very loosely playing the idea of making a game. Something that spooks me is staring down the barrel of AI. I'm worried I could put in hours of work just for John Robot to do it in a few clicks. Nah. Like, we've had game generators for donkey's years. We've had drop and drag game engines and things like that. You're okay. The one thing that AI cannot do is create something new. It can only extrapolate. So all it could ever do is create a copy of what has come before with different colors. So, like, if you want to just make something fun, make something that you want to, like, you know, putz about on, that's fucking great. If you want to say something with your game, regardless of what kind of game it is, you've already beaten AI, because AI has no way to input intent. Like, input goes in, input comes out. No matter how good that system is, it'll always be that. It'll always be a specification of keywords. And you can't keyword in emotion. Like, let's have a look at Leaf Blower Man. You couldn't generate that. You could generate, I guess, maybe the gameplay? And we're talking about some, like, 15 years time level of, like, drop and drag game engine nonsense. But you'd never be able to input the stuff that God darn it! Sorry, the gentleman who made Leaf Blower Man, his name is spelt in a way that reads like Jacob, and it's not. As I believe it's his first name is Polish, I believe. But my dyslexic brain is having such a fucking time with it. I believe, Kaula, that's how it's pronounced, but it's that problem is, like, once I see the word in my head, it just fucks my pronunciation of it. Anyway, but the point is, what they created with Leaf Blower Man is incredible, because it's a subversion of expectation. It says things both creatively and just directly to camera that you couldn't create it. Yeah, and PVS makes a very good point. You could never generate Rocket League. But yeah, it's worth noting that, and so, you know what, at some point I'm gonna hit up Tommy and I'm gonna get him on the show to talk about like the differentiation of AI, because like generative AI, basically meaning the like post Mind Journey, post ChatGTP style stuff, is a bit of a mess. And ultimately is very, very expensive. It's still a big old series of computations running on a server somewhere. Like, you can't roll that out for 1 million users to all be able to just like mash keys simultaneously. Alright, sorry friends, bear with me just a second. As soon as I get into a good banter, Amos is like, you know what? I'm gonna freak the fuck out. I'm gonna freak the fuck out. Love this. Sorry about that, friends. Okay. Where were we? Oh yeah, just a discussion of like generative art. So, like again, in that regard, Kalu, you don't really have to worry. I mean, Greybeard, it's not really devil's advocate. It's sci-fi. I talked a lot about it when we were playing the Forgotten City, of like the concept of the philosophy wanker. There was somebody I used to drink with who loved like locking people up in logic traps. I know it was there. And Greybeard, what you're talking about is kind of like the simulation machine. Like, if you could make a machine that could predict everything, would that remove free will? It's a fucking wank argument. And chaos theory is definitely where I live on that one. But the reason why it's a wank argument is because it, within the confines of the question, is a trap. Because there's nothing, if you already have a machine that predicts everything, then it could predict every kind of chaos that you could throw at it, right? Like, the only way in which you could have AI-generated emotions is to have enough of a data set to measure the output of emotions and then emulate that. But the problem is, humans are organic and are messy and wobbly, and the very creation of that would create a whole new slew of emotional responses. Kind of like, you know, punk and noise music as a counter to, like, commercialization. Like, the very creation of something like that would create more responses outside of its setup. Because people are fascinating. Like, so the anti-commercialization of punk, I think, is a really good one to look at, because it was something that was so far from the when we used to live in a pure monoculture, like it was something that was so far from air quotes the norm as to be unmarketable. But then that in itself gave rise to a marketable pool, and in counter to that, like the rise of like noise bands and things like that started happening, like completely anti like consumer, almost anti-audience performances and sound. I've only seen 2 noise bands and it's always awful, but that's the point. It's supposed to be something that's so unworkable. Like, think Skinny Puppy, but with no rhythm. Think, like, unhinged synth with silly string. I don't fucking know. So, and Greybeard, this is nothing against your good self. Like, it's just that kind of... The creativity of humans is unending. And implementation of a system like that would result in a stronger counter. And Galati, Watto, and welcome. God, we haven't hit Whoopo in 1,000 years. Sadly, I don't think we're going to see Whoopo's sequel anytime soon. I believe the same team have announced they're making... Yeah, I believe the same team have announced they're making another game. Yeah, Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip.
Speakers 1 demands ice cream.
You speak the old words, some numbers. You speak them well. And mate, thank you for the bits, alright? But no, I just... if you haven't played Whoopo, it's incredible. You deserve it. Holy shit, that game goes places. It was supposed to have a follow-up called Whoopo Breath Festival Forever, which was basically 2D Splatoon. One team is trying to cover everything in like mud and ice cream. J-post. First you jump. Alright, this is the important part. First you jump, and then you jump again. But yeah, Whoopo Breath Festival was supposed to be the follow-up as this like 2D multiplayer Splatoon, and we haven't heard head nor hide of it in quite some time. And if you consider Whoopo came out in 2016, and Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip is looking more like the next game that we will see from them. Terry wants to become instantly famous by launching himself into space using his new car. Doing something that's cool and reckless will surely make him the talk of the town. And considering this is a 3D title and has a much higher chance of critical success. Alright. Yeah, sadly I don't think we're going to see more Whoopo. Like... Oh, excuse me, friends. I'm basically falling apart today. Oh. And Greybeard, I hope this is a celebration of the creativity of peoples. Like, there are a gajillion forms of art, and there are a gajillion ways that people choose to express themselves. And for whatever reason, I've become obsessed with this one. Like, video games, for me, are such an important part of the expression of emotion. Not all games, but it's such a strange and new and very young medium that I have no idea where some of these games are going, and they can still surprise the shit out of us in varying levels. And I love that. There are very few games that I actively hate. Very few. There are some that aren't my cup of tea, but for the most part, like, for the most part, even huge video games, they have this cabal of creativity in them. And I promise I'm not going to make everything about Cyberpunk again, but it is one of the things that struck me from replaying it, is how Cyberpunk isn't a game. It's about 15 different games, all kind of like hanging out and clubbing in the same fucking party house. And some of those bits are jank and garbage, and some of them are inspired and brilliant. Like, even something as massive as that, something as huge a, you know, like, almost industrial level endeavor, still has this creativity and this spark, like, at its core. You know? And Megaboss, I'd love to get into the paint about, like, Armored Core 6's, like, artistic intent, but I need to go through all three of the proper endings. I'm finding the whole thing truly fascinating. Sorry, yeah, and Jeffrey, big same. Sorry, Jeffrey was just saying that they feel lucky to be alive at this time in history, and same. You know? Eat shit, time travelers. No, I don't know. I remember this. I'm trying to remember what it was from. Oh, it's from the Truman Show. When I grow up, I want to be an explorer. Sorry, Truman. Everywhere's been discovered. Oh. When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut. Space is deadly. Like, when I grow up, I want to be an artist. These are all the great artists that have ever been. Oh. I want to make movies. These are all the greatest movies that have ever been made. Oh. Video games? And Galati, I did find the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword, which I will always call that by its full title. We're going to be playing Armored Core again on Thursday. I got my ass handed to me by the Red Guns. So I gotta break some faces. Thursday's I've got 2 Red Bulls like stashed in the fucking fridge, like some kind of like reloadable charge from Evangelion. Oh, here's a fucking blast in the past. So I got my PayPal stuff sorted, which means my Crunchyroll is back. Crunchyroll just added a bunch of like old 90s anime, and I finally watched Gunbuster. Now, Gunbuster is a creature of its time. The amount of just random boobies, just being random boobies, those boobs be boobin'. And the character designs sure are nonsensical. However, it's something I've always meant to see because it has one of the best examples of like massive, giant robot nonsense. However, what I didn't realize is that 1, it was Gynax, and 2, you know what, Fearless, you're right, it is called Gunbuster, should have known. And Alnus, there are many parts of Gunbuster where it is accurate to describe characters as breasting boobily, but alright. But what I didn't realise is it was Gynax essentially doing the prototyping and essentially the groundwork for what would become Evangelion. Like, The technical design on that for both the ships and the mechs is ridiculously good. Like, the detail on every little thing, absolutely fascinating. And the focus on sci-fi elements affecting people personally and emotionally. Because, I mean, it was explored in things like Voices of a Distant Star and in video games like Killing Time at Light Speed. But the idea of... the thing with Gunbuster is that FTL travel allows you to leap great distances, but the amount of time that passes back on Earth rapidly increases. Numbers, yes, no. Eventually, Gurren Lagann, and you can definitely see the... You can definitely see the blueprints that someone would take the idea and then run with it. You know? I'm not saying Gurren Lagann is perfect and has no flaws, but it starts from a little head, and it ends with people throwing galaxies at each other. But yeah, so that's up on Crunchyroll at the moment. If you're interested in giant robots and can forgive old anime for being old anime, then it was really interesting to see the process through. It's another reminder that whenever we encounter something that seems to be a runaway massive success, we have to remember that it's always an iterative process. Greatness is a series of baby steps. All right, it's day in, it's day out. It's not. There are no rock stars. There is no genius. And you can definitely see that because, like, Gainax's whole start came from the Daikon intro and, you know, all the way through to Evangelion and stuff like that. It did not come from one person just making something brilliant. The reason I say this is just because the downside of what I do is that I focus a lot on on the art and craft of games, and I love them, and I get absolutely into the paint. Hell, I actually had a friendo hit me up to give them some feedback on some stuff they were writing based on their game and things like that, and oh boy, they made the mistake of asking me, what do you think about my thing, while I'm like drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning, so I got to just be all the feels. The reason why I'm bringing this up and driving the point back is that I love video games. I love the people who make them. I love the space they come from. I'm all about this. But sometimes I know the way in which I get very enthusiastic about games can make them seem like they are impossible magic made by geniuses. No, you can make something. You can make something back in today. The first one's not going to be the first one is not going to be absolute brilliance. It's not going to be your Evangelion. But it's one step towards whatever it is that you wanna. And hey, maybe you'll make some cash along the way. Maybe find a few people, make a life of it. Who knows? You know what I mean? So yeah, from all this banter, I hope that's what you take from this. Oh, and Galati, you're entirely fine. Like, I do not mind, like, on the discussion and critique of, like, builds and stuff in Armored Core 6, I'm entirely fine. I've been having hand problems, so the compression gloves have been helping, but one of my big problems has been the overboost. So, I've been doing battle with that a lot, and that's one that feels frustrating because, whenever it's, like, problems with like mobility and holding things, it's very stressful. Okay, so friends. God, it's only 4 o'clock. I have not eaten. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put a Sani in, so I'll be puttering back and forth. We're going to start playing Kona in just a second. Now, I don't have... Sorry. This is the game we're going to be playing in a little bit, alright? This is definitely described in the interactive fiction space, so I don't know how much of this is going to be gameplay, how much of this will be puzzle solving, how much will be walking sim. All I know is it's northern Canada in 1970. A strange blizzard ravages some lake. Step into the shoes of a detective and explore the eerie village. Investigate surreal events and battle the elements. So, I don't know where this is going to take us, but I'm looking forward to exploring it with y'all. And who knows, maybe we'll fucking finish this tonight or something. Sorry friends, I had some really clever point I was about to make about this, and it's completely dropped out of my head. But yeah, the reason why we're playing this game in particular is that Kona 2 is coming. Even though I read it as like Kona Kitchen, the Hawaiian food place out here in Seattle, which is amazing. But the sequel is looking very, very interesting. It looks very much like our jam. And in the sequel, we go to Quebec. Amos, you're alright, buddy. So yeah, Kona 2, Ice Electric Boogaloo. Fucking love it. But yeah, no, I don't know how much of this game is going to be puzzles. I don't know how much of this game is going to be surviving the ice. But hey, we're all in this together. So if it does end up being a puzzle game, obviously usual rules apply. We're solving it together. Don't worry about it. Unless you already know the answer, feel free to chime in. You know. I figure if I'll throw a Sani in the toaster now, and that way during whatever introduction we have, I can be like crunch, 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 crunch. And sorry, Watto, and welcome. Yes, I have not eaten. I'm trying to do so much, and it was like I even got up earlier than I usually do, but between the wee baby Amos and the animals and trying to do a million things and being very stressed out by a lot of things, I blinked and then suddenly it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, man, why have I got a headache? Why am I very, very hungry? What have I forgotten to do today? There's got to be something. So yeah, right. While I'm making a Sani, again, here are the topics I'd like us to revisit. So, potential names for Sea of Thieves Guild, because we're gonna have our on-stream guild and our off-stream guild, and I want to make sure that we got. I want to make sure that we got a really good name for them, so that anytime anyone sees us, you know, unsupervised is definitely up there. Amos, you're fine, buddy. You're fine. You're fine. You want to say hello to everybody? Amos, up. Can you do it? Hey, baby boy. Come here. Yeah, come here. No, you can't have my coffee. You say hello to everybody, though. Oh, hello. Good boy. Good boy. That's my boy. Right. I'll be back with you in a second. To be continued.
Sneaky Bits for Amos.
Okay, hello friends. Phyllis, thank you for Sneaky Bits for Amos. As Fiona has returned, he is once again activated.
No.
And Dustin, you're all good? Like, cook up a storm, yo. I know, legend, I know. Right, So without further ado, let's get in game. That gives me a chance to eat my Siani. Oh, I've got the hunger burps. Could use my ninja powers to pause the tunes. I'm gonna work out how I can wash these. And Deus, how are you doing, friend? Watto, welcome, and thank you again. Okay. We're not.
You beautiful honkers in your nose.
We doing this?
No.
Oh, we are doing this. Okay. Oh. I was hitchhiking down a long and lonesome road.
No.
And there at once shone the shiny demon in the middle of the road. Okay. Okay, that should be okay. But let me know how the audio is once it gets going. Oh, well, Deus, have yourself a lovely rest of your afternoon, and it was good to see you, friend. Sorry it was so brief last time. Okay, who's ready to feel chilly? I get these Asanis from Fiona's work, and it's like a margarita mozzarella thing. So you nuke it up just enough to get the cheese all melty, then crisp it in the air fryer. Jobs are good. Northern Quebec, October 1970.
Carl Faubert sought information for a living. That is to say that ever since he returned from Korea, after having served with the armed forces, he had been working as a private investigator in Montreal.
Good on him.
William Hamilton, a rich industrialist, had gotten in touch with him regarding a simple vandalism issue. Nothing to write home about. Not worth hiring a private eye either, just so he can drive for hours on rough roads. But that's how it had always been. The client pays, Carl gets it done.
Remember, friends, don't eat and drive.
They had set up to meet at the general store, his client's business. Well, actually, the entire village had William Hamilton's name written all over it.
Don't worry about it.
When the roads were bad, muddy, or snowed in, it was customary around these parts to close them off. But it was also customary to ignore those signs entirely and drive there anyway.
How often does a road need to be closed to require 2 picnic tables at the gate? It's just a really lovely gate. Amos, not a ruddy chance. Checking the bins. Ooh. +1 empty bottle. So yeah, so as I said, friends, I'm not sure how much of this is going to be survival game, how much of this is going to be like, oh, that's cool. How much of this is going to be investigation and detection. I checked the doesthedogdie.com, and it didn't show me anything that I had to worry about. Alright, so what have we got? Bolt cutters, a couple fire starters. Oh, we are possibly going to freeze out here. Nothing bad happened, the end. Oh wow, we actually have like an inventory and shit. This might actually be like a survival game with a story. Ozzy, I didn't steal anything. I'm a protagonist. Manistan, it will be good. Northern Quebec and its inexhaustible resources. The province of Quebec sits in an inexhaustible abundance of natural resources. Not about inexhaustible there, buddy, but okay. No, I'm not investing in Quebec. Okay. So something tells me this is important. I'm gonna take a little screening of that.
Hamilton never mentioned a road-blocking barrier. Why was it needed here in the back of Beyond? That would, however, be a mystery for another day. Carl had waited long enough for someone to come and raise it. Still not a soul in sight. There was no point in waiting any longer. Carl had to figure this one out by himself. Hamilton is waiting for Carl in the general store. It was time for him to get down to business.
And it's time for me to do what must be done and live up to my family name. In full life consequences!
William Hamilton enjoyed a lavish country house built in the very heart of the northern forests, not too far from here. The local populace was divided when it came to the affluent man. Some saw a wealthy philanthropist dedicated to improving the region's economy. Others an aging Englishman who would do anything to further his fortunes. And those ones hated him enough to go on about scheming against him. Hamilton had recently acquired a few local businesses, but the last straw was
Don't even worry about
opening
it.
of a mine.
The general
that gave
store,
rise to a
that's where
wave
the
of
military buys
protests
their
and threats
generals.
from the Cree people.
Yes, it is. Not a lot of people know that. Yeah, who else is shocked at the potential the bad guy is English? Introducing the villains! Hello! Are we the baddies? Alright, let's get this back on track. Oh, there's no punishment and you can't crash. It's more that,
Given these circumstances, Carl reckoned that a good number of people must be feeling compelled to oppose Hamilton in one way or another. So far, only the industrialist's house had been a target, but soon enough, Carl thought, the target would become the man himself.
the power of sandwich compels me. A few hours later... Oh yeah, no, Phyllis, that was... Sorry, that was one of the few parts I'd seen in the trailer when I was checking this. So,
Carl needed to get out of there. The cold and the pain required urgent care.
that blizzard hit like it was out of nowhere. This seems fine.
The driver had taken off. It was still best to check it out and leave nothing to chance. Carl needed help.
Okay, this is Isabel.
Such heart-wrenching Nordic poetry that was. But Carl didn't care much about flowery language.
Oh.
It was so cold. Already Carl did not feel his toes anymore.
Oh wow, yeah, so this is like this is heckin' full on. Smokes to reduce stress. Alright. Boy, we're not gonna make it if we go down that way. South at when Carl is under stress, he is less articulate and can run shorter distances. Okay. Okay, so we've got a little bit of fire. Alright, we can do this.
Even better than he had hoped. Carl Faubert had succeeded once more and was now on his way to new adventures.
Where? This is very strange. But now we have a... Okay. Oh, okay. We can't start that because we don't have fuel yet. Alright. Also, I left all our stuff in the fucking car.
Carl, ever diligent in his work, always carried his log on him, in which he scribbled down thoughts and leads alike during the course of his investigations.
Stashing things in the back of the truck was not smart, and I need to steal them now. Don't worry about it. It's just a little hypothermia. Don't worry about it. So to recap, Evil Brit says, "Oh, just."
The cold was burning Carl. He would not hold up much longer. He had to warm himself.
I know, mate. I know. All right, there we go. Okay, now let's get toasty. So far, I'm digging the kind of the third-party narration. It's definitely odd in places. All right, so we are here. Oh wow, so this place is feckin' massive. So we're a weird little side jut off the main area. Alright. And we're doing mostly okay. So I'm just going to pop up that little tower and see if there's anything there. Now, I don't know about your good selves. I definitely enjoyed The Long Dark and things like that. I haven't actually gone back to Long Dark since they finished the story. And I really should do that. But... oh, wow. There is nothing we can see up here. Let's go back and get Toasty. But the reason I didn't finish it was more... I'm going to say it's my fault. Like, I binged The Long Dark super hard when it was in very, very early access. Because, you know, at the time, everyone was trying to make, you know, zombie survival games, right? But in actuality, maybe we didn't want zombies. Maybe we just wanted... Okay, there's our crouch. Maybe we didn't want zombies. Maybe we just wanted, like, you know, cool survival-y games that didn't have that much nonsense. Well, Megaboss, like, Frostpunk's icy aesthetic is definitely influenced this. But that's another kettle of monkeys. I mean, Frostpunk is basically you want to make Snowpiercer the game, but you don't want to pay for the license. And that's okay. Inspiration comes from all sorts of places. Alright. What I'm finding fascinating about this already is that it's definitely... oh, fine. We've actually got to heal before we continue. Much like the Vanishing of Ethan Carter, it's going to use like gamification. I shouldn't say gamification, that makes me sound like a right bastard. It's going to be using a lot of more gamey elements for the moment to moment, and have the mystery be our kind of big surprise. No, Megaboss, like, I scoffed at the premise when I first heard about Frostpunk. You know, this War of Mine is a game about personal morality. Like, what would you do to keep your family safe? What would you do to survive? Frostpunk is, like, social morality. What would you do to keep everyone alive? We'll not move without help. And this has sealed us away. I feel like the chain might be necessary, but the car is without help. Ah, here we go. They chains. There we go. Well, and Kaolu, I think it's a really important discussion, because like Frostpunk succeeds on so many levels, but there's lots of things that could be iterated on. And not that those things were bad, it's just that we've learned them as, you know, we've evolved as an industry. Because you're right, if you want to succeed at Frostpunk, you have to make very specific choices early on. But Frostpunk doesn't become expressive until it's had a bunch of things go wrong. And I felt like, I need a better way to describe it, but I felt like Frostpunk needed more elasticity. You needed to be able to go to the brink of Frostpunk, but still be able to succeed and bring it back. Because you want to show people how it can really get fucking dark in that game. You know, like, one of the darkest decisions that you have to make is what to do if the generator itself cracks. And it is fucked up. Yeah, honest. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Frostpunk shines when you're losing. Winning is very
Spread
stressful.
out on a few acres of untouched forest, bellowing caribou, everlasting snow, and undefiled lakes. The Manistan region was no
Manistan.
tourist hub. It was said to have been populated for millennia by Cree people, and ever since the industrial era, by the metal mining industry. Carl's military training had made him a very punctual man. Being late to his meeting with Hamilton was out of the question. Now wasn't a good time to wander about. Hamilton was still out there.
Don't give me freedom if I'm not allowed to go check out Roy's house. Fucking Roy. Roy's
Carl was
house.
dying to stretch his legs.
In the
But he had to
middle
stay
of Roy's
focused
house.
on the task at hand.
Anyway. Whose house? Roy's house! But no. So like jumping back. There's a lot. That's why I think Frostpunk 2 is going to be fascinating to play. Like Fred and I talk about this a lot. Oh fucking wee!
The truck was running on fumes. Good thing that the general store was close by.
But sorry, what I was jumping back was jumping back to is like, as Alan was saying about the success or failure of a run of Frostpunk being very, very specific. I think that creating something that's a bit more spongy, that lets you come back from the brink, as opposed to having to choose basically kind of one of two paths. That sounds familiar. Make mark.
The pumps wouldn't surrender their divine nectar so easily. In all likelihood, they had to be switched on from inside the store. A milkman had to drive by every week to fill the bottles. The fresh milk indicated a recent visit.
Okay.
Something fell to the bottom of the box.
Key. Alright. Le gasp!
Carl had no trouble recognizing his employer. He had been killed. There was no need to be a detective to figure that out. But only a detective could have noticed that the killer had to have been very close. That the fatal blow had been given before the victim even realized.
Alright, he's dead! Sorry, I keep like leaping between the two conversation topics of this game and Frostpunk. I just like Megaboss was saying their first playthrough they messed up with placement of heat generators and things like that. And yeah, that's the part where Frostpunk is kind of at odds with itself a little bit. The mechanics of the city management require specific, precise placements, or if you biff stuff up, you've just got to reset. But the heart, I don't want to call it the story, but the point of Frostpunk, you know, making you make the hard choices, making you responsible for a whole society, maybe the last society, that only shines when you're failing. So it's like the game wants you to succeed and have no one die. The good meaty hooks only happen when you're fucking up. I thought the Londoners was a good touch though. Like, no matter how well you're doing, there are a bunch of people who will just decide, you know what? This isn't an infinite winter of death. We'll just head back to London. Don't worry about it. He's dead. It's a good picture.
Carl felt a chill down his spine and had a terrifying realization. If Hamilton was dead, then who was going to pay him? What could be inside that envelope? Carl was taken aback. He knew this address. It was said to be the address of the P.O. box for the Canadian Secret Service.
The Canadian Secret Service. Okay. So to recap, our employer is dead. It is very, very icy. There is definitely signs of a struggle. And no one else is around. J-Post, $5 with a killer. Alright. This place is a mess. Mysterious unbranded cans. It's the sequel to Only Cans. No, seriously, J-Post and everybody that's chucked in today, like, seriously, thank you. Don't even travel half the province.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
60 months, 5 years, no regrets. No, seriously, Unitax, thank you kindly. We've just started playing Kona, so this seems to be one part survival game, one part mystery game.
An explosion suddenly occurred outside.
Ah, beans. Key to the garage. I'm going to steal everything that's not nailed down. Look, if we're not getting paid, we might as well start thieving.
According to that log, it seemed like the whole village owed some money to the general store. Carl was far more interested in the bunch of nearby addresses he had just gotten his hands on, though.
No Roy. No Roy. I will say the methodical nature in which we have to kind of do everything is fascinating.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online.
Hey!
All systems nominal.
Carl knew that
60
Gil
months,
Lachance was
5
in charge
years,
of
so
the
I
general
raise a
store.
toast to you, and should you
That made
remember
him
that
one of
this is an
Hamilton's
awesome
employees.
stream, remember that you
A
were
very
loved by us,
angry
and there's no
employee,
shame in
Carl
that.
could plainly
We all
see.
lived together.
Well, Captain Steph, that's your 5 years in all. Thank you. I'm just a... I don't know why you lot keep me around. I'm fucking disaster, but I am very grateful for it. So thank you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Heckin' yo! Heckin' yo! Well, some spooky Mother Hubbard managed to gift a sub to Alnus. Purely at random, I might add. Let me guess. The line's dead.
The snowstorm pummeled everything in its path. Carl was not surprised when he heard no tone.
And the pumps are out. The truck was running on fumes, but Carl left it running anyway, because why the fuck not?
Bonk, we keep you around because we like you, you silly Tamagotchi.
Thank you, legend. I'll... Definitely the oddest Tamagotchi available.
Jumping from that height was akin to tempting death.
No, but
Perhaps
seriously,
that man on
legend
the snowmobile
and
had
all of
seen
you.
enough of
Thank
this
you.
world already.
If any of you are feeling a little chilly watching this, don't worry. We have a whole train with which to warm you. General store also serves as a post office for the locals. Instructions. To open the crash register, punch down the price, 2 numbers, press sale, turn the crank 2 times. Punch the machine if it doesn't work. Alright, 2 numbers, hit the sale button, jobs are good. We can do this. No, but sorry, I'm very scatterbrained today. Okay, they really want us to I don't know, invest.
Did I hear train? Choo choo.
Oh, fucking hell, Air Dragon! Yeah, you did. No, seriously, Air Dragon, thank you kindly. That's a freaking... Puppies!
Maintaining his composure,
Puppies!
Carl recalled something from his military training.
Love me!
Always stay away
Choo-choo
from
distraction.
populated areas.
Fucking yo!
Was it about bears?
Fucking... Sorry, Air Dragon and J-Post. That's a fuckload of bits. That's a lot of money. Thank you. Alright? From this entire cavalcade of furry fucks and my dumb self. Thank you.
Bonk. Go to hype jail.
Shazoom! No, but seriously, Phyllis, thank you. Like, thank you all. Okay. Always check the bins. Let it be known that you're nothing more than a brigand, a
Hate
robber,
was in the air.
a garbage hoarder, a
Bootlegs
viper,
and
a
villagers
leech.
barely tolerated each other.
Found this in the sofa cushion.
Oh, fuck! No, yay, fucking thank you! NPD. No, seriously, thank you. What the crap is this?
Carl was used to strange phenomena, but a chunk of ice like this, as if an iceberg came out of the ground, that was a first. Prince? Carl found a surprise at every turn. Was the camera faulty, or was it a possible lead?
I think this is gonna get... I think this is gonna get weird. No, seriously, friends. I just... I definitely don't have much going on behind the ears once again. So hopefully this game proves entertaining to watch as my ability to converse drops off a ruddy cliff. But, thank you. Okay.
Staring intently at the controls won't be enough to make that lift budge. The poor thing was out of power.
Big same, friend. Big same. You know what, Camille? I've still got my coffee. I'm okay. I did get a particular. There we go. Some smooth jams. I did get a particular leafy beverage, because my PayPal stuff got all sorted. So I have my orange blend for the evenings.
Get some yummy noms for the house, on me. Don't forget the cake.
Keldra, thank you. That's really fucking kind of you. Thank you. Taking it all. I will make sure that cake happens. Can cake donuts count? Because I don't have the most beastly of sweet teeths. Okay. Because that way it can cake can be acquired in consumable amounts. Ah.
The crowbar was stuck under the lift. Notwithstanding Carl's imposing stature, car lifting wasn't part of his skill set yet.
Yet. And you know, what about your good selves? I still haven't watched the Twisted Metal show, which is supposed to be very good. Okay. So we still don't have the... Sorry, friends. Forgive me for being everywhere all at once. Thank you. I was not expecting anything even vaguely train-like. And I have not been batting 1,000 today, so thank you. Like, a whole bunch. And Keldra, again, that's really fucking kind of you. It's really fucking kind of you. Thank you. Check the icy shitter.
The Polaroid, Carl's long-standing and faithful ally, had seen its share of husbands caught red-handed cheating. There's always something out there waiting to be snapped away.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be anything we can do with the Jenny. So to recap, we have made it here. Someone has been murdered! Oh.
The note explained that the garage and the store couldn't be supplied with electricity at the same time.
Ah, okay.
The note explained that the garage and the store couldn't be supplied with electricity at the same time.
Well, that's not good. Where's the bloody Jenny? Jenny! Jenny, where are you? Okay. Alright, well, let's see what happens to this guy.
Carl felt that the store and its surroundings still held their secrets, and he didn't like to miss out.
Okay, sorry. I keep trying to solve the puzzles and careen around at the same time. There's something fascinating about how the narrator
Carl
really...
wondered how long he would have to endure this skin-stinging cold.
The narrator's being used, at least I feel, in a very interesting way. Like, the overall... Broken clock. Oh my word, I can't even compose a thought. God, do you remember what... Alright, so open the cash register. So 2, 3, sale. Alright. There's the post key. Let me get that. Okay. Yeah, the narrator is giving kind of like Stanley Parable vibes. It definitely reminds me of The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, where, you know, I guess in that regard, the narrator was kind of like the character talking from like a third-person perspective. This, I'm not entirely sure who our narrator is.
A radiator without power is as good as a wood stove without logs.
Oh, it's a
Murder
whole
weapon.
fucking gun.
What was that doing there, Carl wondered. Hamilton must have been determined to keep some information secret to post this key. Shame he got unlucky. Everything made sense now. Poor Hamilton's denunciation was interrupted, and he figured it would be best to lock everything up and send the key to his correspondent, who would receive the box later on. Clever, but not enough.
Sorry,
That's
just
what happens to ordinary people playing spy.
this note was meant to be, as a citizen of Her Majesty in the Free Economic Chambers, I must address what follows to the proper authorities. I cannot write at length, but then immediately keeps on waffling. You know what? I can respect that. I can respect that. Okay, so there's still no... We still haven't found the generator to get the power going. There's the Jenny out there, but I don't seem to be able to interact with it, so... Oh! Deus, you know what? I didn't even think of that. There was me being snarky. I cannot... Deus was saying I cannot write at length as a code phrase to indicate the meaning of the next few sentences. Fine. Have a little outdoor fire. It's fine, I guess. I don't know if we can get ourselves into trouble here. Ah. Fix generator. Turn on generator. So now... if we... seemed like there was some light in here. Oh shit! No one's just saying the new Genshin character is a boxer that punches ice. Ah, the old ice puncher. Right, it looks like we sold this. Okay. Might have wasted our fire there. Okay, but this is working, so now we can lift this to get the crowbar for whatever reason.
At long last, the crowbar was within Carl's grasp. Surely it would come in handy at some point.
For science! It is interesting that we did pick up the murder gun. Go, go, Gordon Freeman. Ba-do-do-do-do. Okay. So I think that's all we can do from in here. So now we turn off the garage, turn on the store. Okay. So we've got light back here. This should assist us in our investigation. I'm playing my jams. Importantly, yeah, we can now refuel our car. Piece of cake. Easy peasy. Fish and chips.
Carl knew straight away where to find the infuriated Gilles Lachance. Any good investigation would have to start there.
But first, let's follow these tracks out. Because it looked like basically our camera could show us...
Carl was beginning to know the store and its surroundings like the back of his hand. The Seeker had sought. Carl wondered what the hell could that thing be. It looked like a man fossilized in ice.
What the shit? I mean, we might be Yeti hunting. This seems fine. I didn't think there was going to be anything spoopy. Alright, so it looks like we're basically doing Canadian Twin Peaks. I've got coffee, so we're partially there. Latchett's house. Yeah, like, friends, I just thought we were on a fucking murder mystery here. It does mean we might have to take the health systems and stuff a little bit seriously.
The air was freezing, right down to the bone.
Alright, let's raid all their shit. Like...
That window had seemingly been left open for a while, Carl thought. Given the punishing weather, it couldn't have been intentional. The otherworldly ice had struck again. The woman's hopes and dreams were frozen in eternity.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Something was hidden under the stairs.
Bertrand Lance, 1948. I feel like we need to remember that one. Let's go upstairs towards the creepy noise. This is fine.
The man grabbed his rifle. Carl felt a sense of dread in him.
There is nothing useful in here. Oh, God.
Perhaps their spousal relationship had been cooling down lately.
What is going on?
It seemed like secrecy was commonplace in this house.
Stuff under the floorboards. Free gun.
Carl felt the cold slowly dissipate and was brought back to reality. Giselle was now only ice, and all that was left of her voice was a diary. She confided in this diary, amongst other things, the tragic story of a young woman, a victim. Was this what she was hiding?
Okay, so he was doing some kind of blackmailing scheme. It's true, the Hammond still would have figured out the combination of the safe from everywhere it's in. The only problem is tends to forget the combination, so it's a trick to remember. His father's first initial, followed by the 3 numbers I had to engrave behind his pendant. Feckin' hell. Alright, it's going to be time to start taking some notes, dear friends. Oh, and Mega Boss, have a lovely rest of your evening, and thank you for coming to hang out. This game is fascinating. Sorry. I'll have to get some banter going. And yeah, Jamami, I did not expect the tonal twist. I thought... I wasn't sure if this was going to be like a lone dark survival game or a detective game. It's both, plus some kind of supernatural mystery. Okay, so we need his father's first initial followed by 3 numbers. 3 numbers that they had to engrave behind the pendant. So they were repainting the whole house. The unpacked boxes, they just moved here. Interesting. So we're still continuing the... who killed the main dingus? I have yet to find a clock that works. Ooh. Just a whole fridge steak. So Bernard Lance, 1984. So Bernard is probably his
Many boxes scattered about.
dad's first name.
Carl didn't need to summon his detective training to quickly figure that the Lachauses had just moved in. Carl had seen that kind of safe before. With its double-layered security system blending letters and numbers, its code couldn't be broken by the common burglar.
Okay, so now we need to find whatever the pendant had on it.
The general store, along with several more infrastructures in the area, had been acquired by wealthy industrialist William J. Hamilton.
Yeah.
Perhaps the village should be rechristened Hamiltown.
No, PVS, if this goes full Bloodborne, that would be horrifying, but awesome. As it currently stands, I feel like we're
What a
going
mess. Clearly, there was some major revamping work underway here. The place looked barely habitable. beautiful portrait of Gilles and Giselle, bound together by the chains of conventional love. The cross looked after a marriage's well-being and served as a motivator to uphold the priest's sermons calling for more little worshippers on one hand and cautioning against guilty pleasures on the other. Indeed, the Lachances were still part of the God-fearing generation.
You're blackmailing the locals!
Many boxes scattered about. Carl didn't need to summon his detective training to quickly figure that the Lachances had just moved in.
This is like Icy Blast. Okay, so the only thing we've seen here is 1984. So B948 could work. But I don't know if we found her pendant. Let me check to see what we've... Alright, so those are all the usable items we found. Okay. 9. What was it? B 48, not 84. Good at math. Nah. Beans. Okay. So we are here. We kind of trundled up the road from the gas station. And so we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 houses to investigate and see what the fucking hell's going on here. Because honestly, the death of...
The pot was cold, and the stew inside wasn't cooked.
The greatest
Likely
tragedy
that
in this
poor
place.
Giselle was slow cooking it before she got snapped. What a waste.
Yeah, honestly, the story of, you know, who killed Bastard Face doesn't really matter alongside the ice monster. I think that's the thing we should be looking into. Alright. Check what that is down here. Eastern Cavern. Well, it's not full of monsters and dragons, and it's not an entryway in the Red Lodge. What I will say is... this is doing a much better job than the old Dead Space 3 of using kind of like the whiteout of a blizzard to create tension. The fact that we're able to just investigate it all to our heart's content does make the pacing of it very odd. But, oh, excuse me. But... if we have a look at our journal... it's the crash, the mystery... so Hamilton's murder. The current hypothesis might have something to do with Giles Lance went to the doctors. I need to know if the doctor saw Giles and how I can begin the investigation. The cold mystery. Where is all this snow coming from? They say fall is an unpredictable season, but this is something else. I saw something very weird in the ice earlier, and it seemed to be lit up from within. So, Yeah, so these are the current mysteries. We've got the case of the vandalism, we've got the crash, and the mystery of why the fuck it is that we are freezing to death. I do think something like this with a... Well, I don't want to say Bloodborne-esque, because it's absolutely not the first one, but the first game to do it, but something that takes the twisting of perception. You know, as you gain more insight in Bloodborne, you get to see more of the horrors as they really are. And I think that is a trope that you can play with real well. Something like this, where all we can currently see is just snow and ice and mystery. I don't know. One of my favourite games of all time is Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth, which is good, but is unfortunately still broken on PC, so... Trying to play it would be...
A shiver ran down Carl's spine as he glanced over another body trapped in ice. Indeed, the scene was quite chilling.
Oh, fuck off, internal
Carl
structure.
felt familiar shivers going down his spine, and he was back to the realm of visions.
Oh! So it seems that What's-His-Face got wrecked by wolves.
To all appearances, this was a hunting log. Better yet, a war diary.
Okay, the beast enjoys long slumbers. Its sanctuary is impregnable. Ice is everywhere. The beast often invades settlements bordering on the lake. It terrorizes the white people. They never see it coming, but they feel a presence, a cold dread, grabbing at your innards. The beast excites the wolves, makes them more aggressive. One attacked me, and I had to... Oh, puppy, no! Okay, so there is actually some kind of creature. It was as if past and present were as one. If I was a spider with my 8 eyes, I could see backwards and forwards simultaneously. Okay, so whoever this person was had grand ideas towards kicking its ass.
What could these engraved numbers mean?
739.
A fresh path suddenly appeared before Carl.
739. This seems totally smart and fine and not bad. Oh, and Jamami, I don't know if you are still lurking or watching this one in VODs of the future, then it's always lovely hanging out. Have a wonderful rest of your day, alright?
The vision slowly faded away, like an icicle melting in the palm of your hand. Carl, back in the real world, now knew who the icebound man was. Gilles Lachance, the general store's manager himself.
And currently the person most likely to have murdered the shit
That
out.
had to be the worst parking job ever. Who was Carl to judge, though? It may be customary to park like that around these parts. Or not.
Fucking yo. Alright, well, let's get warmed up before we continue onward. We'll head back up to the house and see what's in the safe. But yeah, no, this is serving some serious Twin Peaks vibes right now. So to recap, there is something that has been hunting and stalking people by night that is what's caused this, like, snowpocalypse. But at the same time, I guess the store manager was trying to blackmail Richie Richardson here, and I'm guessing it didn't go according to plan. But if he was killed here, and Giles was turned to ice, like, this still had power, so, like, this can't have happened too long ago, you know? Just judging by what we've seen so far, like, also the fact that this, like, super blizzard didn't roll in until about the time that we were heading to town. So, we don't know how quickly it, whatever this creature is, we don't know how fast it turns people into icicles. But we could, I mean, from the way the window was hit, it looked like a blast, like something instant. What are you thinking, friends? Right now, I don't have anything, like, clever to add. I'm not sure yet how I feel about the heat, health, and cold mechanics. Because I don't know if we're going to end up running afoul of them, or if it's going to be a really good way to get us to... Excuse me. If it's going to be a very good way to get us to not over-analyze it until the story's ready to start flexing. It was 762. No. And no. $739. Oh, okay, and this is the secret diary. Ooh, a compromising document! I love those! It's like Warframe forums all over again. So William Hamilton is a crook. He's been blackmailing everyone in the village, myself included. Like the infamous Seraphin Poitiers, you know, the famous detective. And this document is proof of every bribe paid by Hamilton to federal authorities in regard to the acquisitions of his damn mine. In fact, the fact that he used his henchmen to instill terror within the village will not sway tribunals in Montreal. But the fact that he's been bribing government officials surely will. I can really picture it making the front page. The English here are all the same! Oh, interestingly, Hamilton is not only a crook but a murderer. I do not believe in his remorse, and I firmly believe he will pay for his crime. I keep thinking the little radio's playing Finnegan's Wake for some reason. Okay. So, is anyone shocked? Is anyone shocked by the revelation that the British guy is in fact a villain? I'd be impressed if anyone. So, hang on, where's my map? Okay, so we're actually drawing little scribbles on it as we bring everything together. We need to head to the doctor, but we can't. And we could try Roy's house. Okay, good thing I remembered to save it. Yeah, I think I'm tempted to go see. I think it was Roy's house. No, we'll do Bernard's house and then Roy's house while we're up here. But no, I am thoroughly intrigued by this. Though I do have to put my hand in the air and admit my faults as a person. I have not watched Twin Peaks: The Return yet. I keep meaning to. I keep telling myself I'm going to do a rewatch, and I will. Okay, that seems useful. Dear sweet Marie, may the treasure hunt begin. I have hidden wonderful little things for you to find all over the village, following my clues. You are holding in your hands the first map. The hunt begins at my place. You are so clever, I'm certain you'll find everything. Martin. I don't think Martin's okay. Also, did anyone else hear an awoo? Alright. PVS. You don't even have to say which country that is the indigenous stories of, because the answer is pretty much all of them. Alright, so we've got a nice little storeroom. You know what, I'm definitely missing the... highlight every interactable thing that some games have put in these days. I do like that. Being able to hit a button and then it shows us everything you can interact with.
What was even the point of locking your door if everyone hid their key in the same place? Carl was starting to feel like his investigator life lacked challenge.
Mate, you're dealing with,
The
like...
house smelled like incense, the kind that reminds you of the good Lord, of peace.
Enough food for rough times. The dude's dealing with, like, supernatural ice monster, and it's like, man, I sure am bored by this.
The perfect cookie-cutter Catholic family, most likely attending church every Sunday.
How did they draw the sun? That is an excellent point. Yay, firelighters. A wired magnet. I am going to assume that that will be useful later. Little timer. I don't know why I keep trying to pick up the phone. We all know it's not going to work. Root through their house like a feckin'... in a way, only a protagonist can.
Religion was very influential throughout Quebec many years ago. Indeed, it was surprising that Carl did not come across a single chapel since arriving here.
Okay, so I realize I'm doing that thing where, because it's a puzzle game and we're still working to try and like find our find the thread, but the game is drawing me in. So I want to highlight a few things. One, the cold and other survival mechanics aren't too strict, at least so far. And you know what? The ambient sound of the blizzard is done so well. Like, I don't know if it's getting cold here or if it's the effect of the game, but like, felt the need to check the window. Like, the ambient atmosphere of it is brilliant, and it very much reminds me of not just Dark Corners of the Earth, but some of the other like really good like Lovecraftian adaptations. Free meat. There was a point-and-click game called the
The family's
Necronomicon.
mother must have spent her days washing the filth off her kids' diapers. The empty cradle sent an eerie feeling down Carl's spine, as if minutes ago someone just grabbed the baby and made a run for it.
It really does have that vibe.
Who knew that giraffes thrived in the North Pole? The craze for toys was stupefying. Love of religion and ancestors was rooted deep inside the hearts of Canadians of old, to which the Bedards appeared to be closely related.
And yeah, grand take. Joking aside, this family is definitely serving some deep, dark secret vibes, you know what I mean?
Carl wasn't desperate enough to invade a village woman's privacy.
You're a detective!
Carl wasn't desperate
Detect!
enough to invade a village woman's privacy. Dreamcatchers originated from First Nations legends. They were used to trap nightmares.
Yeah, we've invaded a lot of privacy today. Start pretending like you got morals now. Works of art from a future artist. This has definitely got like a lot of the Oh, okay, so here's the... We'll read the kid's
Conde
diary.
Bedard had without a doubt been the closest man in the village to William Hamilton, otherwise known as Uncle Willie.
Not touching that with a 10-foot barge pole. August 16th, I have a diary, just like Mum. Unlike Harlow, I don't wear a long face when writing it, but I do love to write my thoughts, and about Martin most of all. I love talking to him, and I think he loves me too, just like in Romeo and Juliet. But people don't like it when I see him, only 'cause he's a ballast, and like a long story, they can't stand the way of whatever. I lost my appetite. I can't sleep anymore every waking hour. Intense shivers run through my body. Dad's making me see Dr. Boudreau with his big hands touching me. His foul breath. Ugh. I'm not sick. I'm in love. Ah, I love Martin so much. There's nothing I like better than thinking about us playing together like we always do. It's like every voice I ever try and do is destined to always end up as Matt Berry. He was pretty sad when I did, because for his dad's garden shed, and Martin's always been a bit afraid of him. I think Martin's dad is a bit like Dad's God. The key fell down the burrow next to the shed. Poor Martin, he cried like a baby. Still love him. Alright. Mum cries when she feels lonely. There's no reason for her to cry. Mum can be stupid sometimes. Dad works a lot, because of that wealthy English guy buying everything. That's what notaries do. They make sure people get what they're paying for. But basically, it's complicated. I'm not quite sure how old this child is supposed to be, and I'm not okay with it. Angel Kalina, are you okay? Oh, sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. No, I mean... That is... Sorry. Oh. Okay, so one of the kids was getting on real well with the rich dude, but was also sick. Are we really not going to read this?
Carl wasn't desperate enough to invade a village woman's privacy.
So Keldra has a random question for us all. What the heck do you call the ramp or hatch thing that lowers on the back of a spaceship to the walk down in, like, Star Wars? I've always just called them ramps, but...
Carl smiled at the sight of the nicely protected garden. Hopefully, the Bedards had managed to dig every last potato out before the sudden snowfall.
Village Woman Journal will be DLC. Bloody heck. But it said something about a gopher hole near one of the spots for the goodies. Well, because the loading dock is the space, right? I guess it could be a loading ramp or something otherwise, but... Hello, baby boy. You getting into mischief? You getting into mischief? Yeah, I wonder it. Sorry, I just it's something I'd never thought of until you said. And Keldra, you have nothing to apologise for. You were entirely fine. Sorry, Angel Kalina, you have nothing to apologise for. Keldra, I'd never thought of that, and now my brain is whirring at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Because I'm like, does it have a proper name? I can't save it, so... I noticed some more tracks out there. I'm going to see where they take us. Amos, you're alright, buddy. Oh, baby boy. My little whinger. Is that you, my little whinger? My little whinge bag? No, leave it. Dude. Huh. So its proper name is just a loading ramp. Huh. That is fascinating.
It was so cold. Already Carl did not feel his toes anymore.
Now we're good. Carl can keep going for a little while longer. Again, X marks the spot. Yes, hello, baby boy. Now, what do we have here? Oh, part of the treasure map. Okay. A flare, right. Where are the tracks? Don't even worry about it. Alright, alright. We can start a fire here just so our poor guy doesn't fucking keel over. Sorry, bear with me a second, friends. It's gonna be one of those days. Sorry, friends. Bear with me a second. Just. Sorry about that, friends. But we got a nice little campfire in the icy realms. Here in the bloody hell we are. So we are here. I don't think we can cross the stream. Across the way is that. Okay. Oh shit! They're just like, rah! I'm a bear. Oh no! I have been defeated. Ice bears, the most difficult kind of bears. Ice bear has a conspiracy theory. Yeah, that water is instant death. Yeah, we have no jump button. That's the other thing. So I guess, yeah, we're just gonna trek back into town. Okay, so the other thing about this is the physicality of everything is very, very well, how do I say, accented. Like, anytime we look at the map, I have to physically hold it and then look down for details. Which is why I keep accidentally zooming in to such extremes. And while it's probably more than the average person, like, we do have a weight to our inventory and stuff like that. But, you know, right now it's kind of hitting, as I was saying, like, this juxtaposition of the very real who killed the rich bloke. And whatever this fucking ice monster is. Oh, fucking hell. Barely see. Right, don't get me wrong. I love Alan Wake. Alright, Alan Wake is a fucking incredible video game and is definitely worth discussing. But Control is, I would say a better story. And one of the things I think is because with Alan Wake, it starts... Alright. The hook of Twin Peaks that I think gets everybody is that it's such a simple premise at the start, right? Who killed Laura Palmer? It doesn't matter like what your vibe is or your style, like that's a mystery you can understand. It's a murder mystery. There was a girl who got killed. Who done it? Speaking of which, we're going to see Roy's house. And I do feel like one of the things that Alan Wake really struggled with was that simple mystery. You know, Alan was always kind of battened to a higher degree, you know? The mystery of the house on the lake and the haunting dreams and the... Like, you're already starting from a place of, like, supernatural mystery. We need to go get the car. I'm not going to make it if we keep going this path. Now, whether or not this is kind of... No! Map! Keep getting lost. Yeah, so we just need to make a general beeline in this direction. Now, whether or not this is going to be able to do something similar, whether this is going to be able to maintain the whodunit mystery throughout. The open nature of this game is kind of giving us a lot to explore and uncover all at once. And it has no qualms in throwing these mysteries at us very, very quickly. But at least, like, we're kind of... We're trapped in this area, very Silent Hill-esque. We can't go anywhere, so all we can do is follow the clues and try and work out what happened. That's what this has going for it right now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, stop me if I'm just talking utter shite. I don't know. Like I said, I need to do a rewatch of Twin Peaks, because... God, I mean, Deadly Premonitions is probably the closest we've gotten. But just because Deadly Premonitions in its weird jank has no qualms in taking things in very strange directions. But again, Deadly Premonitions is janky as hell, and it does...
was so cold. Already Carl did not feel his toes anymore.
It's alright, we've got the general store and our fucking car, so... Just gonna warm up here first. Get our sanity and our... Hell, might as well. Just have a little smoky smoke.
Carl, like many of his contemporaries, felt like he had more trouble breathing when he wasn't smoking. Cigarette was his own personal breathing assistant.
Mate, took 2 puffs and threw it away. Vandal. Okay, so Legend, I'm glad I'm making some sense. I mean, okay, so going back to the thing we were talking about earlier, this is what I do love, is that film and television is a fantastic medium. I may not like the industry, but I do like the things that it produces. And what's fascinating is in the same way that's very hard to adapt a video game into film or television, the other way isn't as simple and as clear as one might think. You know, people have been trying to emulate the feeling of Twin Peaks for a long time in a lot of different ways. So, like, Alan Wake is very good, but it also suffers from being a third-person horror game, or horror-ish game, from the era of post-Resident Evil 4. You know, there are bad guys, there are problems. You know, they must be defeated and they must be stopped, right? So the mechanics around like the shadow monsters being, these people cloaked in darkness that must be defeated with light, etc. It's a very clear fight. And that combined with more of a Silent Hill style horror arc with the trappings of Twin Peaks gives us something that's extremely good, but I think still doesn't quite encapsulate it. Like, I really respect the intent with Deadly Premonitions, but it was someone batting well out of their weight category in a kind of game that definitely needed more love and attention. But they went ahead and did it anyway. Now again, Deadly Premonitions has some really unfortunate old tropes left over from a whole bunch of things. So like, I can't say Deadly Premonitions is perfect and has no flaws. But what it does is it uses the absurdity of... Fucking hell! Jesus, Roy. Sorry, we're coming down that hill very fast. It uses the absurdity of video games to create that same sense of absurdity in, like, some of David Lynch's work. Especially Twin Peaks. Alright. We fled. It's getting too dangerous. More people live in northern Astana. It will be safer. Alright.
It was a classic Canadian house, except for the absent horde of kids that would normally be swarming about.
Swarms of wild children are a genuine danger in Canada.
Just one more move and White is checkmated. Game over. It seems the game was abandoned right before the final strike came down.
Also, to those of you based out of Canada, like, I don't know how do I say accurate? I don't know what kind of character our narrator is. There's certain cadences of his that feel like odd directional choices. And those have got to be because I don't know who he's supposed to be an archetype of. Does that make a weird sense? Yeah, well, so Grand Take, it's one of those things that it's strange if we look at it from modern video game parlance. It's strange. At the time...
The photograph was snapped not too far from here, Carl noticed. The couple seemed to be very good friends.
Must maintain train of thought as best I can.
The couple radiated something akin to lightheartedness, to freedom. Perhaps some people out there truly found a way to live happily ever after. A picture of Wilfred in his youth. Carl figured right away that the man must have been some kind of wildlife officer.
Sorry. So, Grand Take, I just wanted to articulate off what you were saying, not like refute or otherwise. It is fascinating, but like Alan Wake was surprisingly different when it dropped. You know, the mechanic around like using light to remove your like the shadow creature's like power shield and then using weapons to take them out was seen as very, very fresh at the time. Like when Alan Wake dropped, like we didn't have the myriad of like non-conflict based games. Like, this isn't even the only non-conflict detective game that we have seen. Conopoly, you win if you pass go. Ah!
All manners of clothing were gone, as if the Rois drove out of town with their closet in tow.
Hey, they knew what was up. So, like since Alan Wake, we've learned a lot, and the potential
A
and
murderer's diary. Carl's detective training compelled him to write some excerpts down. What sort of monster could give life to such a bizarre tale?
Oh shit. Fucking bullets?
Not a single weapon was left. All of them were gone.
Okay, this really is going to be like the Long Dark. Counting bullets on our fingers. Sorry, so... God, I'm doing such a terrible job of banter. I'm so sorry, friends. The reason why I keep kind of like coming back to the same points and is because there's something that we still haven't managed to encapsulate. And there's this one scene that has stuck with me where I believe it's the gentleman that owns the hotel in Twin Peaks and his friend. His friend shows up and they end up doing an Irish jig on the table while like a fisheye lens camera looks down on them. And that has stayed with me a lot. The reason being is that whatever the supernatural forces are that are exerting themselves upon the town of Twin Peaks, they don't just make one person it's not just one like shadow ghost man making people do murders. There's more to it than that. You know, the Red Lodge, the very forces at play are far more than just person gets stabbed lots. And that's the scene for me which it really... Is it a puppy? Yeah, I can kind of see it if I don't look directly at it. Puppy. Okay, got one flare, 5 bullets. Still got our pincer and our logs. Got 1 log and 1 fire starter, so I shouldn't really use too much here. Sorry. And Dustin, welcome back. I'm not sure. Again, like, are we doing cool Canadian stuff? I'm gonna say hi to the puppy. Puppies. Love me. Hello, puppies. Hello. Hello. Yes. Puppies. Puppy no bitey. Puppy no bitey. No bitey. No bitey. No fighty, no bitey. If possible, I am going to do a no fighty the puppies run of this game, just as long as we're all clear. See, Immortal N, only time will tell. Sorry, Immortal N was asking, is this an atmospheric game or a horror game?
An axe. Not too shabby. Carl felt he needed to protect himself.
From what? They're dogs. Oh, we might have to actually fight things later. Sorry, I think we're warming here. So, horror is an interesting one because it also has like a certain spice factor to it. Like, as this currently stands, it's unsettling, but it isn't horror. We found these strange, like, jutting icicles and these people encapsulated in ice. It's not normal, but it certainly hasn't gone like full on, you know, the horror that lurks in the woods, right? Puppies. No bitey. No bitey. No bitey. Oh, I feel as I completely forgot that was tonight. Have a great time. If anybody asks, tell them I say hi. I do like the fact that yelling no bitey seems to be working. Alright, let's head back to the... Let's stash our stuff and head back to the general store. Hey, where's the crowbar gone? Did I lose my crowbar? Maybe I didn't need it anymore. Sorry, friends. I'm really enjoying this game, and I apologize I keep losing my train of thought. But yeah, so far I would not describe this as horror. This is definitely some weird psychological mystery. It's atmospheric, it's not frightening. But it's fine if it changes that pace and that tone later. Grand Take... Oh! Fuck. Grand Take was just saying the narrator reminds me of the novels where you see a small book across. The story is pretty standard, but written by a local set in a rural community. Okay. And Immortal End, I think the yellow subtitles are just to offset from the snow. Okay, so there's the tree down. If we want to continue exploring through the general store and then round. Alright, check the map. Okay, so we want to go dead ahead, not across the bridge. Okay. Like, we're definitely trapped in whatever this is, but... Oh, this is bad and dumb. Why am I driving over this? And so, Immortal End, so far, all we've found has been one guy, the guy who hired us murdered. And we found a couple of the individuals, the guy who owned the general store, just frozen in ice, like in a completely unnatural way. Emergency in town.
There should be a law forbidding doctors from falling sick. In spite of Dr. Beaupre's goodwill, the place didn't look much like a physician's office. It could easily be mistaken for a sewing shop. For the one-eyed, or for other vision problems, The eye patch was the way to go.
I'm gonna start a fire. I think our character's okay for the moment. When locking a door isn't enough. But yeah, the points that I keep dancing around is definitely the... How do we invoke the same, like, slow, surreal elements of something like Twin Peaks, like, properly? Not just at a surface level. Not just at a, you know, it's...
Carl got the trembles as he imagined the excruciating pain that kind of scalpel could no doubt inflict. Within these miserable walls, patients probably felt more like in a slaughterhouse than in a doctor's office.
Oh, so you won't read a lady's diary, but you'll read a fucking medical record. Okay. Men called her Laurie. She had a neck wound and there was so much blood. The bullet had done a lot of damage, probably hitting the cerebellum. It was hopeless. She had cardiac arrest. The men found her like this, they said. I doubt it, but in a small town like this, it's usually best to turn a blind eye. Oh, God. Rose Armand, no medical explanation whatsoever can explain why old Rosario is still alive. As we in the trade say, the only way to cure him is to kill him. Who says that in the doctor's circles? Fuck. Sylvie's, all of her symptoms point the same root cause. She's pregnant. She refuses it. She denies it. I'm willing to bet her husband is not the father. Let's just hope it's not Everett Lockhart, though. Or she would have an illegitimate child and a thing on her hands.
There was no doubt that the doctor and Hamilton knew each other very well.
Okay. William Joseph Hamilton. Haughty, can't be cured. Chronic foot pain, can't walk long distances. Rich, I'll cure him of that one day.
The good doctor, flanked by his beautiful spouse. Pure happiness, captured on cardstock. Carl recognized this woman's soulful eyes. Was it Dr. Beaupre who had hit him head-on at the village border? Doctors used light-reflecting frontal mirrors to look inside the patient's cavities. That was a bit unsettling. But back then, it was pretty much always the case with medicine. Dr. Beaupre had done his medical studies quite far from here. He was surely one of the first students out of the new campus to settle on the mountainside.
Okay. It's a bit dark, but it'll do. The doctor is apparently fascinated by history. Another medkit in case of dog bites.
A chamber pot. Fortunately for Carl, inspecting it wouldn't further this particular investigation.
Don't worry about it. Oh, and a quick communist manifesto.
A communist manifesto. Only a few years ago, this type of allegiance meant prison time. And even at present, the Western world was very wary of the Soviet threat. Why would the doctor own such a book? Nobody kills a rich patient to start a revolution. It didn't make any sense. He had to dig deeper still to understand. Luckily, that was Carl Faubert's specialty.
I think it's because he's talking about... The narrator is simultaneously talking about Carl from Carl's perspective and from him in the third person. It does read like very much like a literary novel. He just bolted that shit shut. literally have the thing for breaking this open! Apparently I can't cast science on this thing. What have we got here? Please use the other door. It won't let me in! That's just shenanigans right there. Oh, feckin' hell.
Don't cast science, cast iron.
Nah, nothing. Sorry, you know what, Legend? I was going through my entire brain capacity trying to come up with something pithy to articulate on. I got nothing. Like, the noise you just heard was file not found. Okay. Let's check our notes and see if our blokes come up with any solid theories. Okay. So honestly, the vandalism case doesn't seem too important. And the lockbox inside the car crash was the I don't have time to explain why I don't have time to explain note. Which quite possibly... It's possible that the doctor's wife wasn't the one who wrote that note. She could have been the one who did the murder and booked it. Alright, Legend, have a lovely rest of your evening. Sorry I'm being such a terrible host this evening. You got me in a half-conversational banter mode whilst trying to disseminate why Twin Peaks is fucking brilliant. God. I can't imagine that there's been another white guy on Twitch.television who's ever discussed Twin Peaks. Like, we know nothing about the cold mystery. It's interesting that, like, as opposed to a lot of horror, one family were like, nah, we out, deuces, and they actually did drive out and fuck off. Now, we're still trying to find... Excuse me. We're still trying to find if... what's his face? The guy who owned the store came here. We haven't found anything else. Pretty sure I checked all this. Yeah. I mean, sorry, Mortland says better than another white guy talking about the X-Files. The only lesson that we should take from the X-Files is sometimes it's better to let it stay dead.
Is that the bastard?
Could be. El Nino. Could be. He didn't dive bomb me today, so me and the baby...
He's in the kitchen.
Fucking bastard. Alright. I don't know why I named it El Nino, but for some fucking reason, there has been a giant fly in the house over the weekend. And I have not been able to find it, but it dive bombs me and Amos when we're trying to sleep. So I've been stalking this house left, right, and centre, trying to find this gigantic bastard fly, which for some reason I named El Nino, which I believe is Spanish for the boy. I hit it with the Doomslayer, and it survived. This thing was massive. Has basically become my white whale. In case you're wondering how me spending so much time alone is affecting my psyche. So, it's become the stuff of legend. Quest for the death of El Niño. I feel like we're missing something here, but we went through the medical records. Like, there wasn't anything to be grabbed. Okay. Well, we'll pop into the car and see if there's anything, whatever's next on our little
Carl
list.
felt like he knew the doctor now. His belongings had spoken lengths about him. But what Carl had heard worried him.
I do like that he gets a mental recovery from being in his own car. Alright, so we want to go down the road and on the right. On the right. Don't even worry about it. Beer. I do think that video games have a really, really strong potential for doing the, the Twin Peaks setup of simple premise goes places, and especially with the language of video games, the simple premise can be very, very easily inferred. If it's a first-person game and you give somebody a gun, it is a first-person shooter, right? If it is side-scrolling and the first thing you encounter is a small gap to jump over, they will infer a lot of Mario mechanics in the ilk.
It was so cold. Already Carl did not feel his toes anymore.
Oh, shish. I guess the car doesn't warm us up, but it looks like there's smoke coming out the chimney, so... Oh, fucking hell! We found someone alive. Weren't expecting a stranger to show up here. Let me tell you, I ain't taking chances. Since that thing's been creeping around, I've got my shotgun ready to go. Bang, bang, if it gets too close. He fucking killed me, mate. Back in my day, it was just like that picture. A proud, strong and true. Alright, what is your deal? Also, that's not a shotgun, that's a rifle, but okay, don't worry about it. If you need warm clothes, city boy, wouldn't say no to a bottle of caribou. Then you can pick up whatever rags you want.
Vois-tu le livre, là? C'est le Wendigo. Ouais, le Wendigo. Un guerrier qui devient un loup pour se venger de sa grosse tête.
Okay, so this is a story about the Wendigo. No, I just read that one.
Gomme-moi la belle rose de la tulipe, qui se donne au yard sur le mercredi des cendres. C'est-tu pas effrayant, cette histoire-là? Mon beau bonnet du beau temps, puis ma ceinture, où ce que je glissais mon flasque. Le monde tournait plus rond quand on s'habillait tout de même. Touche pas à ça, l'enfant, tu pourrais te faire mal.
Yeah, so this old guy is just like... He's just gonna shotgun on the porch, the whole thing up.
La Corriveau, Batèche, ça te passe l'envie de te marier, la Corriveau. Elle tuait tous ses maris, quick, les uns après les autres. Pas de pitié dans le mariage.
Huh.
Ben oui, une couche. Tu peux-tu tout faire en même temps, toi?
Alright, mate. Look, if ever there was a time when waiting for a monster to jump you through the front fucking door. I wouldn't personally stand so close to the window, or sit so close to the window, but alright. Okay, so he just wants us to bring him a bottle of booze, and he'll give us some warm clothing.
Oyez, 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 y a un petit gars d'écarté dans ma maison.
Alright, mate. You know what? Alright. I'm just going to give our guy a cigarette and a breather. Yeah, so Amorlin, it could be that's the case. Like, what is the thing that's turning... What is the thing that's turning everyone to ice? Like, what mysteries are lurking out there in the icy white? But you'll notice that there's been no horror setup. You know, we've seen the aftermath, but our character is kind of... I don't want to say separate, but...
There, Carl had fed his mind, but had forgotten the harsh reality that his body also needed nourishment, especially in the dead of winter.
Oh, we've got food, so we'll be good. Oh, big old steak. Right, apparently, friends, I can't seem to hold a thought or a conversation. I'm not going to risk it for a biscuit out that way, but... But you notice that the ice blocks and the wolves' footprints seem to coincide. But interestingly, when we take a photo, it shows another set of tracks that we've followed in the past, and those tracks have been closer to like deer tracks.
A game that reminds the player that the in-game avatar needs to eat. What a concept. Coughs in wolf forgetting to eat.
I couldn't possibly comment.
The place looked more like a pigsty than a house. A heavy stench of curdled milk, cheap alcohol, and boiled cauliflower filled the air.
Hey.
Back then, in Africa and elsewhere, people were ready to take up arms to stand against the yoke of English imperialism. In Montreal,
I'm the
mailboxes
baddie.
were blown up, abductions were carried out, and violent manifestos were distributed to media outlets. But around here, in the great northernmost, all a man could do is curse out loud against a faraway evil and pray for the revolution to arise. That man, by any reckoning, was from that very stock.
Man, this is like playing any Ubisoft game. It's like, alright, we get it. No one likes the British. It's okay.
Been sick a couple of days but managed to beat all of Pikmin in one day. Woo.
Feckin' yo. Oh, whoa. I hope you're feeling better. And sorry, alongside with my brain power dripping out my ears, apparently my manners are fucked off as well, because I didn't say thank you to Legend. And Bacon and Akira Zero, thank you all. Alright, everything that you lot have chucked in is what's keeping me fucking going right now.
You had to be out of your mind to cook up white whiskey at home. The all-surrounding stench of alcohol alone was probably enough to gas a man to death. The rag reeked of fermented vomit, Carl wondered how one could bear to live in such gross and horrid conditions.
I assume by drinking one's own stash.
At Jean Blouin, seems like that pig had a name after all.
Why? You know what's really interesting is the narrator seems to add almost like a layer of disconnection between us and our character.
Rock music invaded the minds of men even in the remotest of places. The man didn't own a turntable, though, so there's that going for him. Carl now knew how to quench the drunkard's thirst.
Okay, so we need one more component to be able to make the booze and the still here. Then Old Man Gunnison will give us some warm clothes so we can stay out in the cold for longer. Alright. But no, sorry, I wanted to jump back on... Like, again, this hasn't thrown horror at us. Like, the wolves are out there and they might try and eat us at some point, but right now, they're just kind of existing. You know, I managed to run away from them earlier with very little trouble. You know?
If Carl had at any point wished to get his hands on some caribou, he couldn't have wished for better than a distillery like this one.
Just need one more thing to make it happen. These piles are all about. But yeah, like, this game isn't going out of its way to scare us. It's not trying to be... It's not trying to be ooga booga booga. It hasn't... I mean, it's barely even put the threat of horror at us. The characters in this world are at danger, but I don't know. Right now, I just feel like, you know, as the detective, we're here, we're safe. That seems odd. Yeah, thriller survival? Like, at least for our character, it's the elements are the things that we've got to worry about. We also seem to have like a ton of gear, so... An Angel Cleaner, I think our goal is going to be moonshining. We haven't moonshone yet. Alright, there's... Oh! Don't worry about it. There's one more house down the road we need to check out. Put on a merry little jig and off we go. So we should turn left out of here. And if we wanted to, we could definitely follow the ice path. The ice path. God. But until we've got the proper cold weather clothing, I think it would be an exercise in futility. Because, you know what? I don't need hypothermia. I'm okay. You know, Angel Cleaner, I am sure. Like, now this is just one of those times where I'll just have to be, you know, behind the curve. Hypothermia, not today. I mean, might as well stash the ammo, because we can't bloody use it right now. Same with the beer bottles. But we can always come out and get them. Like, I don't plan on leaving the truck behind. Truck meat. My favourite. Sorry, friends. I know what I need to do is just kind of, like, sit in this game with you all and not try and deconstruct it and explain it as it's happening, but it's doing something fascinating. It's intellectually right where you expect it to be and about 5 points off. Like, this is doing almost everything I expected it to, but it's being weird at me. Not as weird as something like, oh my god, not Pandemic. Oh my life. Not parasitic. Alright, time to go. Get my pincer from the back of the truck. Stashing my pincer in the back of the truck. Mode's garage. One snowmobile ski. All right. Repair the spaceship. What? What?
The very first steps of man on the moon were made more than a year ago. The event had surely captivated the mechanic's mind for him to still keep this around.
Sorry, so... Spice! Okay, maybe this is the start of the dog ending, because as soon as you said that, the wee baby Amos was like, oh, what's that? What's that I am needed? Wanna come say hello? Wanna come say hello? No? Alright. This could be the start of the dog ending.
Another worrisome victim of this ice. This one seemingly petrified in action. The poor man, before being frozen solid, seemed to have been defending the entrance to his cabin. But from what? The machine appeared to be missing something critical, something necessary for it to take off. The shape of this machine, almost straight out of Star Trek, was out of the ordinary to say the least. It felt like this thing could fly up into space at any moment. The week of October 5th, thought Carl. That was this week. The plug should have been here by now.
Alright, let's see what was going on with this guy. Okay. Do you know what? This would be a great... This would be a great thing to put side by side with Darkwood. Is it Darkwood? PVS Obra Dinn, also another good one. And just like with certain sections of Obra Dinn, this doesn't feel like we're the ones under threat. Hello, Amos. I'm sorry, Captain Zergi, I don't know anything about this particular, like, VO performer. So where am I supposed to be going? I can't see my hand in front of me ruddy face. Oh, there it is. So he threw the key component up there. Amos, you're fine, mate. Don't be a dingus. God, I'm just...
Something very important must have been in there for the man to take such time and effort to hide it. But Carl didn't know how to reach it.
Perhaps we need gun. Hey, you're fine, baby boy. You're fine. Sorry. This and Darkwood. Darkwood has a very similar premise. In that person comes to town, is trapped in by these weird forces, and you're not entirely sure, you know, what it is that's enacting upon this space, right? Let's go check the rest of his house before I get completely lost in the paint. But oh, Hamilton, I won't be your dog anymore. London.
Carl wondered how long he would have to endure this skin-stinging cold.
As long as I say so, Carl. Though we might have to light a fire in here if we can. Amos, you're okay, buddy. This definitely feels like some crazy people space. Oh, you're fine, mate. I guess this is everything we need to rebuild a snowmobile, which I guess we'll find at some point. But yeah, let's get a fire going. Okay, so God, I am just not with it today. I keep getting this feeling in this that we're not in danger, you know?
Weird stuff. Kind of a crossing between a colander and a hairdryer. What was it for? To play telepath? To protect against nuclear waves?
Like, Darkwood does an incredible job of making you feel like lonely and isolated and afraid. You know, the few characters that you do find are weird and strange, you know, warped by whatever forces are enacting upon this place. Here, weird shit is happening to people, but we're fine. we've not been presented with anything that we need to fear. More the after effects of something that's going on. Baby boy, you are okay. Alright, sorry, friends. So I gotta find out what the baby boy is having a big old whinge
Carl
about.
deducted this was a map of the area.
Oh,
With
did
those pins pointing to places of interest?
Oh, they are. I was about to say, you deduced that one all by yourself there, Carl? Should get yourself a raise. Alright, friends, let me just sort whatever's going on with the baby boy. I'll be back in just a second. I'm sorry, friends. Some nice warming fire vibes. Sorry about that, friends. Okay. As we sit by the fire. So, I actually had 2 seconds to put a thought together. And I realised what I've been trying to grasp at is one of the things that is so core to Twin Peaks is that the initial setup is very, very simple. We have the perspective of Agent Palmer. He is an FBI agent that shows up into town to solve a murder. It turns out he's super weird. But then it turns out the murder is super weird. And then it turns out everyone's super weird. This unfurls. But at no point do you ever feel like he's in danger. Like, he's fucking FBI. Even when things get a little bit dicey, like, he's got that shit down pat. Yeah. Also, yeah, the pie is delicious. I haven't been out to the, I haven't been out to the Twin Peaks diner yet, and I'm hoping to at some point. The hotel, the lodge, is actually a real hotel outside of...
Carl hadn't lived up to his good finder reputation. He still hadn't found any of the wealth contained in Lamotte's lands.
I don't understand what was just said at all. Mowing the lawn is unnecessary at this time. But yeah, that's the thing that I keep...
By following the plan, Carl was led to believe that the snowmobile's parts had to be scattered about in the vicinity.
Aha. Alright, so we've got to find a few more pieces for the snowmobile, but that should let us move around quicker. Alright, that'll be very handy. Oh, and Raven, Watto, and welcome. So this is Kona. This is a very strange survive and detect game that kind of feels like Canadian Twin Peaks almost. And I've been trying to put into words today how this game is feeling, and it's taken a little while. If I told you the premise, if I told you what you know so far, you would say, oh wow, boy, that sure is a survival horror game. But it's not. It's not a survival horror game. It's just... It is a surreal detective thriller. And it seems that this was either made or written in the... Forgive me for using the incorrect terms. None of the Canadian squad seem to be in, but like... And that specific kind of French Quebecian candor. Or... So, like, it's either written in Quebec French and then translated, or the narrator is being very, very strange. Our character's thought process is very, very strange. You know, the idea that...
Roswell, Atamipek, same story. Large deserts conducive to extravagant follies.
Like, there's something about this whole... I did it again! I had the thought. I got distracted. And then suddenly I'm just like, whoa! Alright. Cheap wine doesn't taste better if it changes in colour and size. You shush yourself. Okay, back to the fire. See if we can carry this thought through. So, this game is... It's strange, and it's different, and it's weird. And it might be the most Twin Peaksian title that I have played. PVS, not a cult. Yeah. One of those days where holding on to it seems more difficult than I can, Angel Kalina. It definitely went Neow! But I'm grasping at it. You know,
The man has a passion for intergalactic things. Back then, people were obviously scared of the Russian atomic bomb, but an invasion by extraterrestrials was a legit fear as well. Seems like the mechanic had made his choice.
It's interesting what things we have to manage and what things we don't. Like, we have a flashlight, which seems to have, like, essentially near infinite batteries. Yeah, see, look at the prints around the ice. It's like massive deer prints. It's hard to know how long ago this happened. So yeah, we've occasionally have found people like this, just encapsulated in ice. And there is a creature, there is something that is doing this to them. But it's not horror. And I promise I'm not doing this for the bit. With moose-like tendencies. Because a raven, it doesn't have the 4-foot placement that you would expect from moosen. Pick this place clean earlier. Just how are we going to get that down? Have we tried using gun? I guess gun isn't a valid solution. The kitties know what's up. Alright.
What good was a motorless car? The mechanic sure had an odd way to go about repairing things.
It's also... There's a certain level of moon logic to how we're supposed to solve some of these puzzles. It's thoroughly odd.
Nice catio. They say it's supposed to soothe the soul. But with this powerful gale that seemingly never sleeps, it was far more likely to get on anyone's nerves.
So the track, headlights and handlebars. Aha! I'm a genius!
Seems like the elements showed mercy to those nice and solid-looking planks.
I'm gonna get the hammer out the back of the truck. Nagan Anarchy, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Okay, I know it was a UI error there, but I was hovering over the revolver to see how heavy it was, because apparently we can't use it outside of specific situations. And it just... Revolver. Painkiller. No! No! Bad video game! Yeah, so Raven, the survival part is health, heat, and also our mental health. So anytime that we're in situations which are very stressful, we take a hit on that one. But like being in our car, smoking a cigarette, stuff like that seems to be... Alright, crazy thought.
Carl had no idea how to interpret a message like that. On the surface, it seemed like he had one half too many of this puzzle. Enough to know he shouldn't take this testimony as gospel. The entire thing, being some punishment for a murder committed by Hamilton, seemed like an outlandish theory. Carl was doubtful.
Alright, they are massive. Twice as tall as a man. They are half man, half caribou, half wolf. Okay, so that's our ice beast. Our Wendigo, I believe is what they're calling it. I was under the impression that Wendigos were, like, long cannibals. Still forest dwellers, but they were, like, people eaters. This seems to be some kind of ice beast. But it does look like he saw... So he witnessed Hamilton doing a murder. And it looks like the broken down fence is where the beast came from. So let's warm up a little bit and then go check up there. Get our mental health back. Yeah, Jeffrey, 3 full halves of a beast. You know, good at math. It's very surreal how much our character is taking these bits seriously, or the narrator is inferring. It's very curious. Yeah, see? Right up this way.
Carl still wasn't done with the mechanic's place.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm going back in a second. Oh, I've lost the tracks. Oh well. I'll head back to there. And Yeti and Raven, those were my understandings. But I believe the, I'm going to say the correct term, because it's not for me to be correcting people, but the... Oh, I'm so sorry, friends. I completely lost where I was going with that one, but I did find a headlight. No, what I was trying to say is First Nations referring to, you know, the the people who were here first and unfortunately got fucked over by Europeans, because literally the worst. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. We need handlebars next. So, when it comes to stuff like that, especially things that come from, like, myths, legends, oral traditions, by the time they reach us or any parts of popular culture, they're usually completely mangled. So I don't know what the actual legend of the Wendigo is. But I was under the impression it was cannibals. Like, it's resorting to cannibalism, turning, you know, people into twisted monsters. so the only thing we're missing now is the handlebars. And they're around here somewhere. Oh! Well, looks like I fixed the spaceship. Go me!
Indisputable
What hope.
fact that
I see you
machines
are
like
playing
this
a nice
entailed
sunny
a
day in
level of
Canada.
intellectual finesse
Yep.
that Carl was lacking.
Hey, that was starting to float for a second there. That nearly worked. Did get a little chivo from that. And Crux, thank you for the bits. Currently, you have a very, very brain-scrambled Will, who's... we're basically playing... Oh, there it is. We're basically playing, I don't know, like... Canadian Twin Peaks. And I've been trying to put my thoughts and feelings together about this for as long as we've been playing it. I thought... This is one of those games where I thought I knew off the bat what we'd be experiencing.
A bit of gas, a new spark plug, and the key. And this thing would run perfectly. All he needed to do now was to find all that.
The key, the spark plug, and the gas. And a gas can. Alright. The hunt continues. Well, and Angel Kalina, that's completely understandable. Like... Allow me to attempt to be tiny conversationalist. So, alright. So, Crux, again, thank you. How is it going with your good self? Trying to think what's been going down today. To recap, a ton of exceptional video games have come out today. I decided to go for this one because the sequel to this game will be coming out next month. And I thought this was a really good time to jump into something a little bit stodgier. I just didn't know where this shit was going to be going. I haven't rechecked the hot sheets since earlier, which is a habit I've gotten into. Because, you know, we tend to stream for very, very long periods. And it is quite possible that during the whole course of a nonsense-long stream that things can pop off when I'm not looking. There's a couple of things that have been chatted around in the gaming space that I don't want to get into because they're really, really... I'm going to say nasty top. Oh, Horse Ninja, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, Fred, welcome to the scorching hot Canadian summer. How are you doing, friend? Yeah, no, there was one thing that popped up in the news earlier on today, and I just had one of those moments where I was like, you know what? I don't want to get stuck into it, you know? Okay, so the star is the secret project. And the other pin. And the pin is the ice cave. What is the last one? Oh, the other ice cave, okay. So yeah, my brain keeps being like, oh, like, shit, I want to talk about the thing. And then I'm like, oh, wait a second. I absolutely don't want to talk about the thing. I've had quite a few mysteries on my plate. Don't think we're going to find the everything that we need for the snowmobile. What I need to do is find that extra bottle so we can get the cold weather clothing. But no, think we'll be coming back here later. Let's hit up some of the other houses and
Carl
see.
still wasn't done with the mechanic's place.
I know!
Sometimes, and especially around here, people are so possessive with their land, as a dog is with hydrants.
Well, we found the spark plug, so that's good. Yeah, no, Immortal End. My brain's doing the same thing, so it's no worry. I feel like we can use that as a little setup. Okay, no, I'm going over the same places multiple times now. Sorry, friends. You apparently have me at my worst today. But yeah, so the one thing I've been really curious about, Fred, and because the rest of the Canadian squad's kind of tapped out, is I can't place the narrator's kind of accent. I don't know how accurate, authentic, or otherwise it is. Alright, so we've hit all the points across here. I guess there's one house we haven't checked before we start hitting the trails. Well, and Jeffrey, I know what you mean. Like, there's such a feckin' strange cadence. Alright, we're gonna check out the ice cave. Oh, Fred, poutine would go down. Well, that would be awesome right about now. I know I often use poutine as a cross counter to all your mocking for my dumb self, but like I'm gonna put my usual bants aside because poutine, even when it's Poppy, even when it's mediocre, it's great. And I understand.
Cold seemed to be more brutal here than anywhere else.
Oh, we're not going to
It
survive
seeped
that.
into bones and into every breath to get to the heart until it stopped. Carl needed to be dressed in warm clothes to survive.
Yeah. We need the warm clothes from the booze guys, so we have to make the booze to progress. The thing is, like, this came out in 2016, 2017, so, like, it could be a text-to-speech, but I don't think it is.
It was so cold. Already Carl did not feel his toes anymore.
Like, my current theory is that it's, like, Quebecian French translated into English. If you know what I mean. Okay. Fred says, it's not a stereotypical Canadian accent, but it does sound like a fluent English-speaking francophone? Okay. Okay. Okay, so we've already been up there. Okay.
Captain on the bridge.
What? What and welcome, Baron von Sheepington III, of 5 years of subs. Fucking hell. I'm losing my mind as it's slowly leaking out through my ears. And we are currently playing Canadian Twin Peaks. We're stuck in some strange little town that is completely iced over by supernatural means whilst trying to solve a very regular murder. But how's it going with your good self? Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. God, poor guy's gotten so bloody cold he can't see right. Car's really struggling with that. Apparently that's supposed to be a road. Highly doubted. But there is something coming up here on the left. Fred's like, this quadruple A video game is found face down the snow. All its A's just pulled out through its neck. Do you know who the killer could be, Will? No idea. No idea, but I did think this thing was about to start playing Still Alive. There's no heat.
A wintry atmosphere surrounded the house. The soundlessness of the area suggested it was empty. When finding a boot, one wonders what became of the foot.
We need to find a log, but this is surprisingly clean and put together. I'm not seeing the signs of anyone getting, like, ice block attacked. If this isn't suspect, I don't know what is. Alright, someone ran out of time for packing their luggage. Okay, so whoever left here was partially through packing.
The spirograph amused Carl. It was a nice modern toy, aside from being repetitive by nature and completely useless. Still, it found its way into many Quebecois homes. Money in a jar. What a shame. Carl would have loved cookies.
Yeah, there's something about the way the narrator is shaping Carl as a character that's so odd. Like, feeling a little bit like we might be the villain, you know what I'm saying?
A pay stub for some undoubtedly harsh lumberjack work.
Okay.
Alexandre Blais felled trees and chopped woods for Cloutier et Fils. The picture had been taken inside the house. It was the same wallpaper. Judging by the smiles, nobody suspected the impending
PVS, yeah, wait until Carl finds out about vampire survivors. I'll give you simple.
Family member.
Who can get mad at a fucking spirograph?
And Carl took note of the sense of bonding and pride they projected.
Okay. This furniture has been moved several times. Dear Sweet Marie, please excuse my handwriting in a hurry. I have to leave for North Manstone with Mum and Roy. As I say, it's far too dangerous around here these days. I don't know what's going on because Mum won't tell me anything. Dad and Mr. Roy aren't coming because they've gone to get Mr. Lunch. They're real heroes. My grandmother lives in a big house. Gotta go. Alright, so the locals became very aware of what was going on and actually made a fucking break for it, which is pretty rare. Ah. And there was an unsolved murder. More things are unlocked. Oh, the bulb's burnt out. Hey. Oh, one thing that's really interesting is how... Notice that we couldn't highlight those pills until our character could see them proper. So you have to get really close to something to get the contextual clues, unless you use like the torch or if you light up the environment. I didn't notice that touch immediately, and I think it's very clever. Bit of reading to pass the time. I'm getting that sound, the one when we're close to something going wrong.
The key, which seemed to be meant for a padlock, bore an inscription reading Cloutier et Fils. A company name. Better keep an eye open. Businesses weren't exactly numerous around these parts.
Oh man, the upstairs is really fucking unsettling. But alright. Just gonna turn that off.
A window left open in that weather? Perhaps something had to be watched.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be any signs of the creature. Sorry, Fred was like...
I'm exhausted and I probably have to go to Calgary in December, so it's gonna look like this. How are you?
Do you know what? I am here. The game is excellent. My ability to banter has definitely fallen off a cliff today. Sean, thank you for the bits. I hope things have been going better with your good self, because I know you've been going through the feckin' ringer. Only tormented minds smoke in bed. So basically, I've known about this game for a while. You know, you don't need me to tell you. It came out ages ago, and the sequel is on the way. But I wanted to give this a try now before we start getting closer towards it, and a lot of the other titles that have come out this week are things that I feel like people would want more time to play themselves, like Wizard with a Gun and stuff like that. But a combination of having a brain that just refuses to work today, and also this fascinating title has made me incapable of carrying a decent conversation. I keep coming back to this same feeling. Like, it's basically Canadian Twin Peaks. Everything's slightly off, slightly weird, slightly wrong. Our particular detective inspector was hired to solve a case of vandalizing. Basically, rich bloke. I don't like that. Oh, puppy. That is the closest we've seen to anything resembling actual jump scares so far. Yeah, he did shut the door on his way out. It's very considerate. Alright. So we've got a key for a company padlock. That would have been a little too obvious.
key. What could it be for?
This shack
The
right
garden
here.
shed? Carl couldn't reach it with his arm alone, but he had more than a few tricks up his sleeve to pick it up.
Chainsaw doesn't work. Alright, well, we've got the canister. Oh, nice. We've got flares. We've got fire starters. Job's a fucking good one. Well, this chainsaw would certainly change the pace of the game. Got this real feeling like the coyotes are actually trying to help us in some strange way, like trying to stop us from getting our faces eaten. I can't prove it, but I got a vibe. Wizard with a chainsaw could be the only way to improve on Wizard with a gun. Which I haven't seen how Wizard with a gun's been reviewing, but I hope well, you know? I think water and the empty bottle is what we need for the moonshine, right? I think? A wizard with 2 guns? You know, it's the only thing that can stop a warlock with a gun. Okay, so yeah. Sean, I hope things are going good. No real news over here. We finally got the PayPal situation sorted, so my funds got unlocked, which was very, very welcome. But everyone has been exceedingly lovely to us over the weekend, and like, you know, I got to see some friends, and I felt very bad being the tag along scab, but it was lovely to see them. And I've been able to keep both sanity and sobriety at bay, so not an awful weekend. What else has been going down? Not a whole lot. I've been weirdly obsessed with this thing called Pro Indie Dev, which seems to be like a series of like courses and webinars that promise to be able to teach anyone how to be a, you know, successful big money indie. Which I'm obviously extremely skeptical of. But that's been more just kind of like a mental focal point. And like most people, I've restarted good old Cyberpunk, so I'm offsetting all this indie goodness with some trashy AAA. Okay. I couldn't possibly comment, Fred. I couldn't possibly comment. Alright. So I think at this point we want to be, I guess, heading back to the Moonshine House. Because something tells me we won't be able to head just straight north from here. if we can take that path, it looks like there's at least another house to check. Maybe we should give that a look. There we go! That's how we need to start rating our video games. It's not AAA and quadruple A, like AAA, AA, 9 volt, crack code. Well, fuck it. Let's see where this path takes us. I had a feeling. Landslide.
The track was fresh. That meant the car sunk down just a little while ago. Now where the hell could the passengers possibly have gone? Someone had been playing with a crossbow here. A very dangerous game. A bolt could hit someone's tire or their eye. It could even kill someone if the aim was right.
Ah, there's the other boot. So those are the peeps who just left.
There was only void where the road should be. Carl hated dead ends. He felt trapped. It was as if the road had drowned in the lake. He would have to find help by another road.
Alright, nothing in the glove box. Nothing in the back seat. Alright. So they tried to take their stuff. Manual owner seems to be Wilfred Roy. Let me guess. Spooky tracks? Oh, spooky tracks originating from here, but... Ice wall. Fuck. Alright, well, without climbing gear, we're not going anywhere. Oh!
Carl knew why he was suddenly shivering. He was going back to the realm of visions. Carl had no issue recognizing the spirit-like figures, but he couldn't figure out what they wanted from him. The phantom, freed of reality's shackles, vanished in the forest. Earlier, Carl had witnessed a tragedy that befell it. Another phantom disappeared in the wilderness. Carl had seen what happened to it, too. A third phantom gently faded away. Carl noticed that as the cursed villagers finally left reality, he could feel a sense of unburdening exuding from them in an almost intimate way.
Oh! The only thing that's going to clear out the ice wall.
Carl sensed that the cold was beating a retreat, as if he was moving away from some kind of center of gravity.
So we need to find what happened to the rest of the villagers. That'll let us pass through the ice wall. Okay.
Someone must have dropped this in a hurry, but whoever did was heading into the woods. Carl's tracking instincts were quickly kicking in.
Sorry, I'm finding this whole thing absolutely fascinating. And again, this game has no qualms in us just working it the fuck out. And perhaps that's where this, like, surrealist, Lynchian kind of vibe is coming from, that we're just presented with these ideas. Basically just kind of told, like, nah, you just work it out. woodlots. Yes, it is woodlots, isn't it? At least it's not the Wood Littles, am I right?
It was a typical shack, just like the ones you hear about in Quebecois legends. Local lumberjacks used it to rest and twice a day eat up their pea soup. Who quits a game one step away from victory?
That's the second time we've encountered a chessboard that was like moments from success.
The leftover food, the clothes, the general warmth of the place, no evidence of escape. Carl was sure of it. People were here not long ago, and they expected to come back.
Okay. So based... Okay. How we doing? Oh, we're still pretty toasty, so... I'll save the firelighters in case necessary. Oh, and there's still a whole ways to go, so we'll check out the cabin first before we make any calls. Okay, sorry. I'm kind of thinking through the resources and the problems at the same time. These logging fields are really unsettling in the whiteout. And whether intentional or not, it's really hard to see as you navigate. Not just through the blizzard, I mean, like, the angles of everything are so difficult. God, it's just...
Welcome to Ali Baba's Cave, Lumberjack Edition. Surely Carl would find something worth his time in here.
It would be too cumbersome to carry around a chainsaw. Says you. Alright, forest cabin key we have. Tool shed note. Don't forget to return the key for the cabin. P.S. Next bus will be on the 12th of October. The next one after that is 2 weeks. So, whatever the additional forest cabin was that we need to go to, we've just got our way into that one. Fuck yeah. Firelighters. Whole shebang. We still don't have a way to use flares. And sorry, so Fred, like, growing up, we had a wood close to us that was a logging wood, but it was mostly coppiced. So it was kind of... It was weird, but it didn't feel quite as tragic as looking out across a, an empty field of stumps. I don't know if coppicing is a term that everybody knows, but the TLDR is there are certain kinds of trees where you can cut them down to a point and they'll regrow. I swore I just heard something as There's also a possibility that we've been 2 seconds away from like a full-on horror game, and we just keep getting kind of, I wouldn't say lucky, but puppies. No bitey. Puppy's nobody. Puppy's nobody. I've just gotten us very lost in the ice, haven't I? Keep going, smart dingus. No bitey. Oh, I bet I don't have any logs.
A fire can't be started with the snap of the fingers.
Bad puppies! Bad puppies, nobody! Of course, in a fucking logging camp is where I don't have any bloody logs. It is I, Smart Beavis. Alright, mistakes have been made. Really, no logs. Mental fortitude is
It
absolute.
was so cold. Already Carl did not feel his toes anymore.
Mental health is plummeting. I have to hit that cabin. Oh, wow. I know, I'm such great company this evening. Well, on the plus side, there was a cabin, and we definitely got a key for it. So we'll stock up on firewood and warm ourselves now. And then, friends, I think I might admit defeat. I've not had a bad day. Like, you know, hanging out with you all has been fucking brilliant. It's more the case of, I think I have to admit that I'm failing at streaming this well, you know? Like, sometimes, some days the ability to stream just isn't there, and you'll deserve better than my half-assed attempts that I have put forward this very afternoon. But but if you all have enjoyed the mystery of this, we can come back to this. And you know, I'm sure there are some lovely friendos who are currently streaming, so I can go hang out with them. Oh yeah, no, we're spoilt for good friendos. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so let's bring back to here. Play Will's emotional support PlayStation music. Not feeling it. Some smooth jams then. There we go. Look. This is one of those days when I don't want you all to take anything away from this game other than it is good, the failing is mine. There's something about how this puzzle is being put together that I absolutely fucking... It's just grabbing at my little brain. I realise that the crafting and the survival and those elements, they remove the obvious game loop, right? With a lot of puzzle, a lot of detective games, it's kind of like a point and click gone nonsense. You know if you find like the opposite of Moon Logic, where you can just unravel everything that happens simply by like virtue of the items you find. And this is something else. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that I'm very, very into this. I feel I've done the game a disservice by being a, you know, a brain dead potato. So yeah. I'll try and get my arse in gear for tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Fred. I'm going to snack on some AAAs, get my strength back, recharge that MP HP double setup. Oh, God. Everything happened so much. So, friends, miscreants, longshipians, alright. I admit defeat. I'm just going to roll credits and say thank yous because I don't know what is wrong with me, but I cannot seem to hold even the salt snifter of a bit of banter. And you know I love doing this, so you know I'm not complaining that, oh, it's so hard, I have to chat. It's like, no, I want to talk to you all, and I'm failing at it. So yeah. Now, today was a day of 5-year resubs. So I'd like to thank Karma Camille, Jackie Foxbot, Unitax, Captain Stephanie Barnes, Alnis, and Baron von Sheepington III for massive sprees from tier 1s to tier 3s. Keldra for retesting the donations. They work again. Yay! To J-Post and Erriman and Air Dragon and Fearless Sun, and Quasi and Yeti and Akira Zero, Punspector, Wolfcrad, Legend of Morad, Sean, Numbers, Bacon, Crux, the whole shallot of you. That despite me being a disaster, you lot threw bits in, tipped my dumb ass. Well, thank you. Your moderators today was not just Caffeine, but Lizzie T. Powell. I don't know if we saw Moose today. I thought the Canadians would be here for this one, but you know, real life, it happens so much. Okay. Aww.
What? Donations are back on the menu?
Dramatic Ducks back on the menu, friends! No, absolutely, and thank you. Crux says, very kind of you. Yeah, the PayPal stuff has been unlocked, so I once again have access to the ability to get foodstuffs. I mean, not that I went fancy, but like yesterday, just got a big old oven pizza and beasted that with a box of wine. Probably not the healthiest of choices, but, you know, it's nice being people again, you know? So, yeah. Yes, and Keldra, I will not forget. Cake donuts. Right. So I'm going to pass all of your lovely souls over to Sage Bell, who's... What?
Oh, right, this works.
No, it just... Fucking hell! What? Okay. Erriman, you already threw in fucking loads earlier. I'm sorry. Thank you. That is extremely kind of you, and I'm extremely grateful. Just... Thank you. Just thank you. Thank you. Fuck. Sorry. Fuck! Thank you. I had very few words before. I have less words, views, said, speaks things now. Those were all things that I just said with my face hole. No, Erriman, seriously, thank you. Fred, I like to think I'm a man of few words. Those words being what, fuck, and yo! No, seriously, Erriman, that's a fucking massive amount of money. Thank you. That is so much, alright? Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't do good today, but Rain World tomorrow, I'm gonna bring my A game. Well, I mean, I'll do my best. Hey!
Bandai Namco, Fights, Frights, and Fantasy was just purchased for $10.
Fucking you! And we were just about to go somewhere! Melting my little brain. But now I need to see what the Bandai Namco thing is. Oh, that is Code Vein, Tekken 7, Tales of Vesperia, God Eater 3, and Hack Goo, the last recode. So whoever that was, thank you. Yeah, an Immortal End. So that's dot hack for $10 plus everything else. Like, oh, Katamari reroll as well. No big deal. No big deal. Yeah, no, Ehrman, like, sincerely, thank you. Thank you. All right. I'm going to pass you all over to Sage Bell, and then I am going to rest for a bit. All right? Whatever you do with the rest of your evening, have a lovely, lovely time. Fuck. And if you have any spare brain power, contemplate some brilliant and or terrible puns for our Sea of Thieves guild. No, just like, you have an excellent evening as well. Thank you lot for putting up with me. All right. But yeah, we can go spam crab noises at Sage and Dead by Daylight vicariously through them. I believe they're currently playing as the Demigorgon, and I think they're about to eat somebody's face. Nim, 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 nim. Demigorgon loves that face. Loves face. Alright, friends. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow for Rain World. And to be continued, alright? Alright. Ciao. Probably shouldn't be slugging coffee this hour.